Nobody in my family ever talked about the dead things. That was just how we operated, I guess. I grew up in a small house in rural Ohio, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone and nothing exciting ever happened except for church potlucks and high school football games. My brother Elliot was 4 years older than me, which meant by the time I started kindergarten in 1994, he was already this mysterious figure who spent most of his time in his room or wandering the woods behind our property. Our parents worked long hours at the manufacturing plant 2 towns over, so Elliot and I were often alone together after school. He was quiet, the kind of quiet that adults always mistook for politeness or shyness. Teachers loved him. Neighbors called him such a nice young man. But even as a little girl, something about the way he watched things made me uncomfortable, though I never had the words to explain why. The first pet that died was my hamster, Peanut. I was 7 years old and had only had him for 3 weeks when I found him stiff in his cage one morning, his tiny body contorted in a way that seemed wrong even to my childish eyes. My mother said he probably had a heart attack, that hamsters were fragile creatures. Elliot stood in my doorway while I cried, his face completely blank, and when our mom left the room, he told me he could help me bury Peanut in the backyard. I remember how carefully he handled the small body, how he seemed almost fascinated by the weight of it in his palm. 2 months later, our neighbor's cat went missing, and then it was the Thornton family's dog down the street. People blamed coyotes. Elliot never said anything about any of it, but I noticed he started spending more time in those woods, coming home with dirt under his fingernails and scratches on his forearms that he claimed came from thorny bushes. By the time I reached middle school, I had learned to keep a mental catalog of strange coincidences. Billy Ashworth broke his arm falling off his bike on a route Elliot had suggested as a shortcut. Megan Pryor got food poisoning at a birthday party where Elliot had helped serve cake. A boy named Danny Schultz, who had once made fun of Elliot's secondhand clothes, somehow ended up with a severe allergic reaction during lunch period, even though the school nurse swore there were no peanuts in anything he ate. Each incident had a perfectly reasonable explanation on its own. Accidents happen to kids all the time, my mother would say. But I started noticing how Elliot would ask about these people in the days before something happened to them. Casual questions about their schedules, their habits, what they liked to eat. And afterward, he never seemed surprised. He would just nod slowly when our parents discussed the news at dinner, his fork moving methodically across his plate, his eyes fixed somewhere beyond the kitchen window. The summer I turned 14, old Mr. Callahan, who lived at the end of our road, fell down his basement stairs and broke his hip. He died 3 weeks later from complications, and the whole town showed up to his funeral. I remember standing in the back of the church watching Elliot in the front pew with our parents, his head bowed in what everyone probably assumed was grief or respect. But I had seen him coming out of Mr. Callahan's tool shed 2 days before the fall. When I asked him what he was doing there, he just smiled and said he was returning a wrench our dad had borrowed. The thing is, I knew for a fact our dad never borrowed anything from Mr. Callahan, because the two of them had been in some petty argument about property lines for years. I never told anyone about that. I was 14 and part of me still wanted to believe my brother was just weird, not dangerous. That was the lie I told myself for a very long time. Elliot moved out when he turned 18, right after graduating high school with honors. He got a job at some warehouse a few hours away, and our parents acted like he had gone off to conquer the world. I was secretly relieved when he left. The house felt lighter, if that makes any sense. No more finding dead birds on the back porch that he claimed the cat must have brought in, even though we did not have a cat. No more waking up at 2 in the morning to the sound of the back door closing and wondering where he had been. I threw myself into school, made friends, went to college in Pennsylvania, and built a life that had nothing to do with that little house in Ohio. Elliot and I exchanged maybe 3 phone calls a year, always on holidays, always brief. He sounded normal enough. He told me about jobs, apartments, a girlfriend once. I convinced myself that maybe I had imagined all those childhood suspicions, that maybe I had just been a paranoid kid with an overactive imagination looking for patterns that were not there. Our dad passed away from a heart attack in 2015, and our mom followed him 2 years later after a long fight with cancer. I was the one who handled most of the arrangements because Elliot said he could not get time off work for the funerals. He showed up to our mother's burial for exactly 40 minutes, stood at the edge of the group with sunglasses on even though it was overcast, and left without saying goodbye to anyone. After the estate was settled, the house sat empty for years. I kept paying the property taxes because I could not bring myself to sell it, but I never went back. Then, this past October, I got a letter from the county saying there were code violations that needed to be addressed, something about the roof and overgrown vegetation. I had no choice but to drive out there and assess the damage myself. I wish I had just hired someone to deal with it. I wish I had never stepped foot in that house again. The drive took almost 5 hours, and I arrived just as the sun was starting to set. The house looked smaller than I remembered, sagging under the weight of years of neglect. Paint peeling off the siding in long strips, gutters hanging loose, the front porch steps rotted through in places. I let myself in with the old key that still hung on my keychain after all these years, and the smell hit me immediately. Mildew, dust, and something else underneath it all. Something faintly metallic that I could not identify. The furniture was still there, covered in white sheets like ghosts frozen mid-conversation. I walked through the living room, the kitchen, my parents' old bedroom. Everything was exactly as they had left it, preserved in a thick layer of grime. But when I climbed the stairs to the second floor and pushed open the door to Elliot's room, I found something I was not expecting. The room had been cleared out completely, except for a single cardboard box sitting in the middle of the floor. It was not dusty like everything else. Someone had been here recently. I should have left right then. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get back in my car and drive away, to call a realtor and let them handle everything remotely. But I could not stop myself from opening that box. Inside, there were notebooks, dozens of them, the cheap composition kind with the black and white marbled covers. And underneath the notebooks, there were drawings. I pulled out the first one and my breath caught in my throat. It was a detailed sketch of a cat, anatomically precise. But the cat was cut open, its organs labeled in neat handwriting. There were notes in the margins about which incisions caused the most blood loss, which organs could be removed while the animal was still alive. I flipped through more pages and found dogs, birds, squirrels, all documented the same way. Dates were written at the top of each page. The earliest one I found was from 1991, when Elliot would have been only 9 years old. The notebooks were worse. They were organized by year, each one filled with Elliot's handwriting in blue ink that had faded to gray over time. He had documented everything: names, addresses, daily routines, weaknesses. There were pages dedicated to specific people, our neighbors, classmates, even our own parents. He had noted what time our dad left for work, what medications our mom took, which days I had piano lessons. One entry described in clinical detail how he had loosened the bolts on Mr. Callahan's basement railing, calculating the angle of the fall and the likelihood of serious injury, based on the old man's weight and bone density. Another section chronicled his experiments in the woods, complete with maps showing where he had buried the remains. There was a whole notebook dedicated to something he called reaction studies, where he observed how people behaved when they were afraid or in pain. He had been watching all of us, studying us like specimens, and none of us ever knew. I was still sitting on the floor of his room, surrounded by evidence of my brother's secret life, when I heard a car pull into the driveway. My heart nearly stopped. Through the grimy window, I could see a dark sedan parking behind my car, and a man in a gray suit stepping out. For one terrible moment, I thought it was Elliot, that he had somehow known I would be here. But the man who knocked on the front door identified himself as Detective Paul Harmon from the state police. He was looking for information about my brother. A young woman had gone missing from a town about 60 miles from here, a 23-year-old named Brittany Lowe, who had vanished from her apartment 3 weeks ago without a trace. Elliot's name had come up during the investigation. They had found his fingerprints on her mailbox, and a neighbor had seen someone matching his description watching her building on multiple occasions in the weeks before she disappeared. The detective asked me when I had last spoken to my brother, and I realized I could not remember. It had been at least 2 years, maybe longer. I showed Detective Harmon everything I had found. He called in a forensic team that same night, and they spent hours photographing the notebooks, bagging the drawings, searching the woods behind the house with flashlights and cadaver dogs. They found bones out there, animal bones mostly, but also some fragments that would need further testing. The detective sat with me in the kitchen while his team worked, asking me questions about our childhood, about Elliot's behavior, about the accidents I had always suspected but never reported. I told him everything, every strange coincidence, every uneasy feeling, every time I had looked at my brother and seen something hollow behind his eyes. When I finished, Detective Harmon was quiet for a long moment. Then he told me that Brittany Lowe was not the first. There had been other disappearances over the years in towns where Elliot had lived or worked, young women who had vanished without explanation. The police had never been able to connect them until now, until his fingerprints showed up on that mailbox, and a pattern finally emerged from the chaos. I gave the detective my contact information and agreed to cooperate fully with the investigation. Before he left, he asked me one more question that has haunted me ever since. He wanted to know if Elliot had ever shown any particular interest in me, if he had ever made me feel unsafe. I thought about all those years growing up in that house, the way Elliot would sometimes stand in my doorway at night without saying anything, the detailed notes about my piano schedule in his notebooks, and I realized something that made my entire body go cold. In all those pages, all those observations about neighbors and classmates and strangers, there was one person he had documented more thoroughly than anyone else. Me. My habits, my friends, my fears, the route I took to school, the window I always left cracked open at night because I liked the fresh air. The last entry about me was dated just 6 months ago, long after I had moved away, long after I thought I had escaped. He had written my current address in Pennsylvania, the name of the coffee shop where I stop every morning, and a single sentence at the bottom of the page. She always knew. She will have to be dealt with eventually. That was 3 months ago. I do not live in Pennsylvania anymore. I sold my apartment, quit my job, and moved to a different state where I am staying with a friend whose address is not connected to my name in any way. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and bought a handgun that I keep in my nightstand drawer. Detective Harmon calls me every few weeks to update me on the investigation, but there is not much to report. Elliot has vanished. His last known apartment was cleared out, his bank accounts emptied, his car abandoned in a parking lot near the West Virginia border. They found Brittany Lowe's body in November, buried in a shallow grave about 20 miles from where she lived. The forensic evidence matched what the police found in those woods behind our childhood home. There is now a warrant out for my brother's arrest on multiple counts of murder, but nobody knows where he is. He could be anywhere. He could be watching someone else right now, taking notes, learning their routines, waiting for the right moment. I am sharing this because I need people to understand something. The monsters we fear are not hiding under our beds or lurking in abandoned buildings. They sit across from us at dinner tables. They attend our birthday parties and our funerals. They smile at us and ask about our day, and nobody ever suspects because they have spent their whole lives learning how to seem normal. If you have a feeling about someone, a persistent unease that you cannot explain, do not ignore it. Do not convince yourself that you are being paranoid or unfair. I spent my entire childhood watching my brother hurt things and people, and I never said a word because I wanted to believe I was wrong. I will carry that guilt for the rest of my life. Elliot is still out there somewhere, and I know he has not forgotten about me. Every time I hear a noise at night, every time I notice a car parked too long on my street, every time I feel like someone is watching me, I wonder if today is the day he finally comes to finish what he started. I do not know how this story ends. I just know that I refuse to be another name in one of his notebooks. Sometimes I think about how close I came to dying on a random Wednesday in October of 2017, and it still makes my chest tight. My sister had just given birth to her first baby in Phoenix, and since I lived in Albuquerque at the time, I decided to make the 6-hour drive instead of dealing with flight delays and rental cars. I had turned 34 that spring, finally stable in my nursing career after years of bouncing between hospitals, and the road trip felt like a good chance to decompress before meeting my nephew. I left work around 7 in the evening, figuring I could drive through the night and arrive by early morning. My Subaru Outback had just passed inspection. I had a full tank of gas, a podcast queue loaded up, and a large coffee from the hospital cafeteria. Everything felt normal. Everything felt safe. I remember thinking how much I loved night driving on empty highways, the way the world shrinks down to just your headlights and the white lines disappearing beneath your wheels. Around midnight, I was somewhere between Socorro and Truth or Consequences on Interstate 25, surrounded by absolute darkness. New Mexico desert at night is a different kind of lonely. No streetlights, no houses, just the occasional pair of headlights passing in the opposite direction. I had been driving for nearly 5 hours and my bladder was protesting. Plus, I wanted to stretch my legs and grab another coffee or an energy drink. When I saw the glow of a gas station sign rising up from the flatness ahead, I felt relieved. It was one of those small, independent stations, not a big chain with harsh fluorescent lights that made everything look slightly yellow and washed out. There were only 2 other cars in the parking lot, a beat-up pickup truck near the air pump, and a dark sedan parked at an odd angle near the side of the building. I pulled up to a pump closest to the store entrance, not really thinking about positioning, just eager to use the restroom. The store inside was small and cramped, shelves packed too tightly together with that random assortment you find at rural gas stations. Motor oil next to bags of chips, dusty stuffed animals hanging from a rack near the register. An older woman sat behind the counter, maybe in her 60s, with reading glasses pushed up on her forehead and a paperback novel open in front of her. She barely looked up when I asked for the restroom key, just pointed toward a door at the back with a wooden paddle attached to a set of keys. The bathroom was exactly what you would expect. Flickering light, cracked mirror, that specific industrial soap smell mixed with something vaguely sour. I did my business quickly, washed my hands and avoided looking too closely at anything. When I came back out, I grabbed an energy drink from the cooler and a pack of peanut butter crackers, paid with my card, and exchanged maybe 3 words with the woman at the register. She seemed tired, disinterested, and I did not blame her for working the graveyard shift in the middle of nowhere. I pushed through the glass door back into the night air, which had gotten colder while I was inside. That high desert chill cuts right through you once the sun goes down, and I remember pulling my jacket tighter as I walked toward my car. That is when I noticed him. A man was standing near the back of my Subaru, crouched down slightly like he was examining something. He was average height, maybe late 40s, wearing a denim jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. Nothing about him screamed danger. He looked like any guy you might see at a hardware store on a Saturday morning. When he saw me approaching, he straightened up and smiled. It was a friendly smile, the kind that crinkles the eyes, and he raised one hand in a little wave. My first instinct was not fear, but mild confusion. I thought maybe he had accidentally bumped my car or was checking if he knew me from somewhere. People are friendly in small towns, and this felt like that kind of place. "Hey there," he said, his voice casual and warm. "I noticed you got a flat tire on your back passenger side. Looks pretty bad, actually. You probably did not even feel it go, but you definitely should not be driving on that." He gestured toward the rear of my car with a concerned expression. I blinked at him, surprised, and walked around to look. In the dim light from the station, the tire did look a little low, but nothing dramatic. I had checked my tires before leaving Albuquerque. It was something my dad drilled into me years ago, and they had all been fine. I said something like, "Oh, really? It looks okay to me." He shook his head slowly, the way someone does when they are trying to be patient with you. "Trust me, I have been working on cars my whole life. That thing is going to blow out on you within 10 miles, guaranteed. You do not want to be stranded out here in the middle of the night. I got a jack in my truck. I can change it for you real quick." He pointed toward the beat-up pickup I had noticed earlier. Something in my gut tightened. It was not a dramatic alarm bell, just a quiet discomfort that I could not name. Here was this seemingly helpful stranger offering to fix a problem I did not know I had, and logically, I should have been grateful. But there was something about the way he had positioned himself, The way he seemed too eager, too insistent. I noticed his eyes kept flicking toward the dark sedan parked on the side of the building, like he was checking something. And the more I looked at my tire, the more it seemed fine. Maybe slightly lower than the others, but nothing that would cause a blowout. I thought about all the true crime podcasts I had listened to on long drives. All the stories about women who ignored their instincts because they did not want to seem rude or paranoid. My mother always told me that politeness had gotten more women killed than anything else. I made a decision in that moment that probably saved my life. "You know what? I really appreciate the offer," I said, keeping my voice light and friendly even though my heart was starting to beat faster. "But my brother-in-law is a mechanic, and he is meeting me in about 20 minutes just up the road. He can take a look at it if there is a problem." It was a complete lie. My brother-in-law sold insurance and could barely change a light bulb, but it came out smoothly, like I had rehearsed it. The man's expression shifted just for a second. His smile stayed in place, but something behind his eyes changed. It was like watching a mask slip and then get readjusted so quickly you almost convince yourself you imagined it. 20 minutes, huh? That is a long way to drive on a bad tire. You could have a blowout, roll your car. I have seen it happen. His voice had an edge now, a hint of frustration underneath the helpful tone. He took a step toward me, and I instinctively stepped back toward my driver's side door. "I really think you should let me take a look. It will only take a few minutes." I shook my head and pulled my keys from my jacket pocket, pressing the unlock button even though the doors were already unlocked. I just wanted him to hear the beep, to know I was ready to leave. "I will be fine, but thank you so much for the concern. Have a good night." I moved quickly around to the driver's side, not quite running but not walking casually either. As I opened the door, I glanced back at him one more time. He was standing exactly where I had left him, watching me with an expression I still cannot fully describe. It was not angry, not exactly. It was more like disappointment mixed with something calculating, like a predator watching prey slip away and already thinking about the next opportunity. I got into my car, locked the doors immediately, and started the engine. My hands were steady, but inside I was trembling. I pulled out of that parking lot faster than I should have, gravel spraying behind me as I turned back onto the interstate. In my rearview mirror, I saw him still standing there under the fluorescent lights, getting smaller and smaller until the darkness swallowed him completely. I drove for about 45 minutes without stopping, my eyes constantly checking the mirrors for any headlights that might be following me. Every time a car appeared behind me, my heart would race until it either passed or turned off onto another road. The tire seemed fine, no wobbling, no strange sounds, nothing that indicated any problem at all. I started to second-guess myself, wondering if I had been paranoid, if that man really was just a helpful stranger and I had been rude for no reason. But then I would remember that look in his eyes, the way his demeanor changed when I declined his help, and I knew I had made the right call. When I finally reached Las Cruces around 1:30 in the morning, I pulled into a well-lit truck stop that was busy with travelers and long-haul drivers. I parked under a bright light near the entrance and just sat there for a few minutes, letting my breathing slow down. I thought about calling my sister, but I did not want to worry her when she had just given birth. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? A man offered to help me with my tire, and I said no. I checked into a motel in Las Cruces instead of continuing to Phoenix. I was too shaken to keep driving, and the exhaustion had caught up with me in a way that felt dangerous. The room was basic but clean, and I triple-checked the lock on the door before collapsing onto the bed fully clothed. Sleep came in fits and starts, interrupted by dreams I cannot remember but that left me waking up with my heart pounding. When morning finally came, pale light filtering through the cheap curtains, I felt ridiculous. In the daylight, the whole encounter seemed less sinister. I convinced myself that I had overreacted, that he was probably just some lonely guy who wanted to feel useful, and I had been rude to him for no real reason. I took a shower, grabbed breakfast at a diner attached to the motel, and checked my phone while I ate. That is when I saw the news alert that changed everything. A man had been arrested at a gas station on Interstate 25, just south of Socorro. The article said he was wanted in connection with the disappearances of at least 4 women over the past 3 years, all of them traveling alone on remote highways in New Mexico and Arizona. His method was always the same. He would puncture their tires while they were inside paying or using the restroom, then approach them as a helpful stranger, offering to fix the problem. The women who accepted his help were never seen alive again. Police had found remains on a property he owned about 60 miles from the interstate, buried in shallow graves in the desert. His name was printed in the article, but I do not remember it now. My brain just refused to hold on to it. What I do remember is the photo they included. It was a mugshot, his face lit by harsh institutional lighting, and even though he was not smiling anymore, I recognized him instantly. The denim jacket, the shape of his jaw, the way his eyes looked flat and empty without that friendly mask he wore. It was him. It was the man from the gas station. I dropped my phone onto the table and had to grip the edge to keep myself upright. The waitress asked if I was okay, and I could not even answer her. I just sat there, staring at nothing, trying to process the fact that I had been standing 3 feet away from a serial killer less than 12 hours ago. He had touched my car. He had looked me in the eyes and smiled. The article said he was arrested around 4 in the morning, which meant he was still at that gas station for hours after I left, probably waiting for another woman to pull in alone. I thought about the dark sedan parked on the side of the building and wondered if there had been someone else in it, if he worked with a partner, if I had been even closer to danger than I realized. I called my sister and told her I would be late, that something had happened and I needed to take care of something first. Then I called the New Mexico State Police. A detective drove down from Socorro to meet me in Las Cruces that afternoon. Her name was Gutierrez, and she had a calm, steady presence that helped me keep it together while I gave my statement. I told her everything, the time I arrived, what he said, how he acted, the dark sedan, all of it. She took notes without interrupting, nodding occasionally, and when I finished she asked if I would consent to having my car examined by their forensic team. I said yes without hesitation. They found the puncture within minutes. It was a small, clean hole in the sidewall of my back passenger tire, made by something sharp and narrow, probably an awl or an ice pick. The forensic tech said it was designed to cause a slow leak, the kind that would not be immediately noticeable, but would leave me stranded within 20 or 30 miles. Detective Gutierrez told me later that they found the same tool in his truck, along with zip ties, duct tape, and a hunting knife with a serrated edge. She did not tell me what else they found in his truck, and I did not ask. Some things I do not need to know. I made it to Phoenix 2 days later, and finally held my nephew for the first time. He was so small, so completely unaware of anything beyond warmth and milk and sleep, and I remember crying while I held him in a way that confused my sister until I explained what had happened. She held me while I sobbed, and we stayed up most of that night talking about nothing and everything, the way sisters do when one of them has brushed up against something terrible. I still think about that night at the gas station more often than I would like to admit. Sometimes I wonder about the women who were not as lucky as me, who said yes when he offered to help, who got into his truck, or let him follow them to a quiet spot on the side of the road. I wonder if they had the same instinct I did and ignored it, or if they never felt anything wrong at all. Do not have nightmares about him anymore, but every time I stop at a gas station after dark, I check my tires before I go inside and again when I come out. I watch the parking lot. I keep my keys in my hand. And I never ever ignore that quiet voice in my gut that tells me something is not right, even when I cannot explain why. That voice is the only reason I am still here to tell this story. Moving into that cramped apartment on Riverside Drive felt like a victory after my divorce finalized, 37 and rebuilding from scratch. But at least I had my own space again. The building was nothing special, just 6 units spread across 3 floors, with paper-thin walls and a radiator that clanged like it was trying to communicate in Morse code. Most tenants kept to themselves, which suited me fine since I was pulling double shifts at the warehouse and barely had energy for small talk anyway. The only person I really knew was Mrs. Paulson from downstairs, who left homemade cookies outside my door every Sunday. and always asked if I was eating enough. The unit directly across from mine, 3B, had been occupied since before I moved in. But in 4 months, I'd only glimpsed the tenant twice, both times around 3 in the morning when I was stumbling to the bathroom and caught him hauling black garbage bags down the hallway. Those bags stuck with me in a way I couldn't quite explain, the way he gripped them with both hands, leaning backward like he was dragging something impossibly dense. Normal garbage doesn't make a person's neck veins bulge like that. Doesn't require shuffling sideways down the corridor to manage the weight. The first time I saw him, a tall guy with thinning hair and shoulders that seemed too broad for his narrow frame, I figured maybe he was disposing of old books or dumping cat litter from multiple boxes all at once. The second time, about 3 weeks later, same scenario. Dead of night, same type of bags, same labored movements. Except this time there was a wet sound as he dragged them past my door, like something inside had leaked and was creating suction against the plastic. He must have noticed my door was cracked because he stopped, turned his head just enough that I could see his profile in the dim hallway light, and stood there for maybe 10 seconds before continuing toward the stairwell. Everything changed on a Thursday night in early October when I got home from my shift and found the hallway reeking of bleach mixed with something else, something metallic and wrong that made my sinuses burn. The smell was coming from the ventilation grate between our doors, so strong it made my eyes water as I fumbled with my keys. I could hear sounds from inside 3B, a rhythmic scraping, like someone was dragging furniture across the floor in the same pattern over and over, accompanied by the occasional thud of something heavy dropping. For 20 minutes I sat on my couch, listening to that scraping through the shared wall, trying to convince myself it was just someone doing a deep clean or maybe refinishing their floors. But when the scraping stopped, I heard water running for what must have been 2 hours straight, the pipes in the walls groaning from the constant flow, and then silence so complete it felt like the apartment next door had become a vacuum. The next morning I caught our building manager, Eugene, near the mailboxes and mentioned the smell and the noise, trying to keep my tone casual like I was just making conversation. Eugene, a stocky guy who always wore the same paint-stained coveralls, barely looked up from sorting through a stack of late rent notices and mumbled something about how the tenant in 3B had informed him about doing some deep cleaning, dealing with a roach problem that required heavy-duty chemicals. That explanation might have satisfied me if I hadn't noticed the rust-colored stain seeping under the door of 3B later that afternoon, a thin line of reddish-brown liquid that had dried into a crust along the threshold. When I bent down to look closer, that metallic smell hit me again, stronger than the bleach, and I recognized it then. It was the same smell from the butcher shop where my dad used to work when I was a kid, that iron-heavy scent of blood that never quite washes out. I started paying attention after that, maybe more than I should have, keeping track of every sound that came through those walls. The guy in 3B kept bizarre hours. I'd hear his door open and close at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, always followed by those careful footsteps heading toward the stairwell. Sometimes I'd peek through my peephole when I heard him coming, watching as he emerged with another black bag, always holding it the same way, always moving with that same strained gait. Once, the bag had a tear in it, and something dark dripped onto the hallway carpet, leaving a trail of spots that were gone by morning, scrubbed away before anyone else would notice. I started a notebook, writing down dates and times like some kind of amateur detective, telling myself I was being paranoid while simultaneously unable to stop documenting every strange occurrence. October 10th, 3:15 a.m., heavy bags again. October 13th, chemical smell so strong I had to open all my windows. October 15th, found what looked like a fingernail in the hallway, but convinced myself it was just a piece of plastic. By the third week of October, I wasn't sleeping well anymore, jumping at every sound from next door, double-checking my locks whenever I heard his door open. Mrs. Paulson mentioned she'd been having nightmares, said the whole building felt different lately, like something bad had seeped into the walls. I wanted to tell her about my suspicions, but how do you explain to a 70-year-old woman that you think your neighbor might be doing something terrible without sounding completely unhinged? Instead, I went back to Eugene with more concerns, showed him photos I'd taken of the stains in the hallway. pointed out the frequency of the late-night activity. Eugene looked at me like I was wasting his time, said the tenant in 3B had never missed rent, never had any official complaints, and suggested maybe I should mind my own business if I wanted to keep enjoying the below-market rent we were all getting. That night around midnight, I heard footsteps stop right outside my door. No movement, just someone standing there breathing. And when I looked through the peephole, I saw the back of a head, like whoever it was had their face pressed against my door. I stayed frozen at that peephole for 5 minutes, watching that head remain perfectly still against my door, until finally the person stepped back, and I saw it was him, the tenant from 3B, just standing in the hallway staring at my door with this blank expression, his hands hanging at his sides. He stood there for another minute before turning and walking back to his apartment, closing the door with a soft click that somehow sounded more menacing than if he'd slammed it. Sleep was impossible after that, so I sat in my living room with a baseball bat across my lap, listening to the sounds coming through the wall, more scraping, more water running, and occasionally what sounded like a power tool, maybe a saw or a drill, running in short bursts. Around 4 in the morning, I heard his door open again, heard those familiar dragging sounds, and this time I forced myself to crack my door and watch as he hauled 2 bags toward the stairs, his face flushed with exertion, sweat staining the collar of his shirt. He glanced back once, caught me watching, and gave me this small nod, like we were just 2 neighbors acknowledging each other during a bout of insomnia. But his eyes stayed on mine a beat too long, cold and calculating. I called in sick to work the next day and drove to the police station, bringing my notebook and the photos on my phone, laying everything out for a bored-looking desk sergeant who typed up my statement with 2 fingers while yawning. He said they'd send someone to do a wellness check, standard procedure, but his tone suggested this would be filed away and forgotten like every other paranoid neighbor complaint they received. 3 days passed with no follow-up, and I was starting to think I'd have to move out, break my lease, and just eat the cost, when I noticed something that made my decision for me. Coming home from a late shift, I found my doormat had been moved, shifted just a few inches to the left, and underneath it was a single key, a copy of my apartment key, one I definitely hadn't lost or given to anyone. The only way someone could have gotten it was if they'd made an impression when I wasn't home, which meant he'd been in my apartment, going through my things, maybe standing in my bedroom while I was at work. I packed a bag that night, threw together enough clothes for a week, and went to stay at a motel near the interstate, one of those places that accepts cash and doesn't ask questions. For 2 weeks, I lived out of that dingy room, only returning to the apartment building during daylight hours to grab mail and more clothes, always checking the hallway before stepping out of the stairwell. Mrs. Paulson called me twice, worried because she hadn't seen me, and I made up some story about visiting family out of state, not wanting to frighten her with my suspicions. During those 2 weeks at the motel, I kept calling the police station, asking about the wellness check, getting transferred between departments until someone finally told me they'd knocked on the door of 3B. No one had answered, and without probable cause, that was all they could do. I even tried calling the FBI tip line, feeling ridiculous as I explained my concerns to an agent who politely took down the information and said they'd look into it if anything matched their existing cases. On a Monday morning in early November, my phone rang at 6:30. It was Eugene, his voice shaking, telling me to come to the building immediately but not to go inside, just wait in the parking lot. When I arrived, the entire block was cordoned off with yellow tape. Police cars everywhere, officers in tactical gear moving in and out of the building. A detective named Gillespie pulled me aside, showed me his badge, and started asking questions about the tenant in 3B. When had I last seen him? Had I noticed anything unusual? Did I have any interaction with him? I handed over my notebook, showed him all the photos on my phone, and watched his expression change from professional detachment to genuine concern as he flipped through the pages. He stepped away to make a phone call, and when he came back, he told me they'd been tracking this man for 3 years across 4 states, that he was wanted in connection with at least 11 disappearances, and my reports had helped them finally pinpoint his location after he'd made a mistake disposing of evidence in a dumpster 2 blocks away. They kept us out of the building for 3 days while the forensics team worked, and when they finally let me back in to collect my belongings, The door to 3B was sealed with evidence tape, and the smell of chemicals was overwhelming. Detective Gillespie walked me to my apartment, waited while I packed everything I owned into boxes, and then dropped something that made my knees buckle. They'd found my spare key in the suspect's apartment, along with photos of me coming and going, dates and times matching my work schedule perfectly. The killer, whose real name was Theodore Marsh, had been studying me for months, had made notes about my routines, my habits, even recorded conversations through the thin walls. In his notebook, which Gillespie let me glimpse briefly, there was a page dedicated to me with a single word circled multiple times: later. The detective explained that Marsh had a pattern of selecting victims from his immediate environment, but would sometimes identify what he called future projects, people he planned to revisit after establishing himself somewhere new. The trial made national news. Theodore Marsh, the maintenance man killer as the media dubbed him, because he often took apartment maintenance jobs to gain access to victims. They found remains of 7 people in various states of decomposition inside the apartment walls, hidden behind false panels he'd constructed himself. I had to testify about what I'd observed, sitting in that courtroom while he stared at me with the same blank expression I'd seen that night at my door. He got multiple life sentences without possibility of parole, shipped off to a maximum security facility in another state. I never went back to that apartment building, couldn't even drive down that street for years afterward. Eugene sent me a check for my security deposit with a note apologizing for not taking my concerns seriously. Mrs. Paulson moved in with her daughter in Phoenix. The building was eventually demolished, turned into a parking lot for a new grocery store. Sometimes I drive by that parking lot, and I think about how close I came to being one of those remains in the walls, just another missing person case that might never have been solved if I hadn't trusted my instincts and gotten out when I did. When I signed the lease for that studio apartment in Denver, I cried in the leasing office. The property manager, this kind older woman named Beverly, thought something was wrong, but I told her they were happy tears. And they were. After 2.5 years of walking on eggshells, of having my phone checked daily, of being told who I could talk to and where I could go, I was finally signing something that was mine alone. No shared lease, no boyfriend's name anywhere on the paperwork. Just mine. I'd saved up for 8 months while working double shifts at the diner, hiding cash in a tampon box because I knew he'd never look there. The apartment was tiny, just 400 square feet on the 3rd floor of a converted warehouse building, but it had tall windows that let in actual sunlight, and a door that locked from the inside with a deadbolt I could control. I changed my number the day I moved in, blocked him on everything, and told exactly 3 people where I was going: my sister in Minnesota, my best friend from high school, and my manager at the new restaurant job I'd lined up. I didn't post about the move, didn't update my location, didn't leave a forwarding address at the post office. For the first month, I barely slept. Every footstep in the hallway made me jump. Every time my phone buzzed, even though it was a new number, my heart would slam against my ribs. But as April turned into May, and May crawled into early July, something strange happened. I started to relax. I'd wake up in the morning and make coffee without wondering if I'd brewed it wrong. I'd wear whatever I wanted without calculating whether it would start a fight. I made friends with my neighbor across the hall, this nurse named Felicity, who worked night shifts and would sometimes knock on my door at 7 in the morning to share leftover Thai food. I started taking a different route home from work each week, not out of fear anymore, but because I could. Because nobody was timing me or questioning why I was 12 minutes late. I even went on a date in late July, nothing serious, just drinks with a guy I met at a bookstore. Didn't go anywhere, but I realized halfway through that I wasn't scared anymore. I wasn't looking at the door every 5 minutes. I wasn't making excuses to leave early. I was just living, like a normal person, and it felt like learning to breathe again after holding my breath underwater for years. The first package arrived on a Wednesday in mid-July. I came home from my shift around 10 at night, exhausted and smelling like fryer grease, and there it was sitting outside my door. A small cardboard box, maybe the size of a shoebox, with my name written on it in black marker. No return address, no shipping label, just my name and apartment number written in this careful, blocky handwriting that made my stomach twist before my brain could catch up to why. I brought it inside and stared at it for 20 minutes before opening it. Inside was a snow globe, the cheap kind you get at tourist shops, with a tiny plastic diner inside and fake snow that swirled when you shook it. We'd bought one exactly like it on a road trip to Colorado Springs 2 years earlier, back when I still thought his jealousy was just him caring too much. He'd dropped it in a gas station parking lot a week later during a fight about me smiling at the cashier, and it had shattered all over the asphalt. I'd never mentioned that snow globe to anyone, never posted about it. It was such a small, forgettable moment in a relationship full of bigger, worse moments. But here it was, sitting on my kitchen counter, the fake snow settling around that stupid little diner, and I knew he'd found me. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my couch with every light on, holding my phone, trying to convince myself it was a coincidence. Maybe he'd sent it to my old address and somehow it got forwarded. Maybe I'd mentioned it to someone and forgotten. But the next morning, when I checked my Instagram, there were 3 failed login attempts between 2 and 4 in the morning. Then I checked my email. 2 more attempts. My Facebook, which I barely used anymore, had been locked due to suspicious activity. I changed all my passwords, enabled every security feature I could find, and told myself it was just random hackers, that this happened to everyone. The second package arrived 5 days later. This time it was a book, a paperback copy of this obscure mystery novel I'd been reading the week before I left him. I'd left my copy behind when I moved, left everything behind except my clothes and documents and the cash I'd saved. The book was dog-eared on page 147, the exact page I'd been on. Written in pencil in the margin was a single word in his handwriting: finish. I dropped it on the floor, my whole body trembling. I picked it up, shoved it in a trash bag, and took it directly to the dumpster outside. Then I called the police. The officer who came was polite, took notes, and told me there wasn't much they could do. I sat across from him at my tiny kitchen table, showing him the login attempts on my phone, explaining about the snow globe I'd already thrown away like an idiot, telling him about my ex, about the 2 years of control and manipulation, and the way he'd punched a hole in the wall 3 inches from my head the night I finally decided to leave. The officer nodded sympathetically and asked if I had proof that my ex had sent the packages. I didn't. No cameras in my hallway, no return address, no fingerprints I could magically produce. He asked if my ex had made any direct threats. I said no, not exactly, not in writing, not in any way I could prove. He explained that without evidence of a direct threat or violation of a restraining order I didn't have, there wasn't much they could pursue. He suggested I document everything, maybe look into getting a protective order, and call again if anything escalated. He gave me a case number and left. I stood in my doorway watching him walk down the stairs, and I felt more alone than I had the entire time I was with Nathan. At least back then, I knew where the danger was sleeping. Now it could be anywhere, watching, waiting, and nobody seemed to think that was enough of a problem to do anything about. I started documenting everything obsessively. I bought a cheap notebook from the dollar store and wrote down every login attempt. Every time I felt like someone was watching me, every car that seemed to idle too long in the parking lot. I asked Beverly if the building could install cameras in the hallways, and she said she'd bring it up with the owners but couldn't promise anything. Felicity noticed something was wrong, and when I finally told her the short version, she started walking me to my car after her night shifts ended. I changed my route home from work again, varying my schedule, never leaving at the same time twice. The third package came on a Friday, exactly 1 week after the second. This one was a photograph, printed on glossy paper, tucked inside a plain manila envelope. It was a picture of me walking into my apartment building, taken from across the street. I was wearing the blue sweater I'd bought 2 weeks earlier, the one I'd picked specifically because Nathan hated the color blue on me, said it made me look washed out. On the back of the photo, in that same careful handwriting, he'd written, Blue looks good on you now. You've changed. I threw up in my kitchen sink. Then I called the police again. And again, they took notes. And again, nothing happened. The weeks that followed were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I stopped sleeping more than 3 or 4 hours a night, always jerking awake at the smallest sound. I started noticing things that might have been nothing, or might have been everything. A man in a baseball cap browsing the same aisle as me at the grocery store 2 days in a row. A silver sedan parked in the lot behind my building that I didn't recognize. My mail arriving already opened, then resealed with tape that didn't match the postal services. I reported everything, built a file so thick it could have been a novel, and still the answer was always the same. Without direct contact, without an explicit threat, without him physically touching me, there was nothing they could do. I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow, then moved it to the nightstand because I kept having dreams where I accidentally cut myself. I put a chair under my doorknob every night like I'd seen in movies. I stopped going anywhere alone after dark. My manager at the restaurant started asking if I was okay, if I needed fewer shifts. And I almost laughed because fewer shifts meant less money, meant losing this apartment, meant going back to nothing. I couldn't afford to fall apart. I couldn't afford to let him win. But every morning I woke up feeling like I'd already lost something I couldn't name. Then came the Monday that changed everything. I got home from a double shift around 11 at night, bone-tired and thinking about nothing except taking a shower and collapsing into bed. The hallway was quiet, most of my neighbors already asleep, and I almost didn't notice it at first. But something made me look down as I reached for my keys, and there it was, a folded piece of paper tucked under my welcome mat, just the corner sticking out, easy to miss if you weren't paying attention. I pulled it out with numb fingers and unfolded it right there in the hallway, too exhausted to be careful, too worn down to take it inside first. The handwriting was his. I'd seen it 1,000 times on grocery lists, on passive-aggressive notes left on the fridge, on the card he'd given me for our first anniversary that I'd stupidly kept for months. The note said, "I'm proud of the life you built. The apartment is nice. Felicity seems like a good friend. I chose a good place for you to start over." I read it 3 times before the words actually registered. He knew about Felicity. He knew her name. He'd been close enough to learn the name of my neighbor, which meant he'd been close enough to hear us talking, or to read her name off her mailbox, or to watch us walking together to the parking lot at dawn. I ran inside, locked every lock, shoved the chair under the door, and sat on the floor with my back against the wall, clutching my phone, unable to move for what felt like hours. The next morning, I went straight to Beverly's office before my shift. I must have looked insane, dark circles under my eyes, still wearing yesterday's clothes, clutching that note in a plastic bag like it was evidence in a crime show. I told her everything, every detail I'd been too embarrassed or too scared to share before. She listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she picked up her phone and called the building's owner directly. Within 2 hours, I was sitting in a small security office in the basement I hadn't even known existed, watching footage from the parking garage cameras with Beverly and a guy named Jerome, who handled maintenance and apparently also monitored the limited security system. We started with footage from the night before, around the time I would have gotten home, and worked backward. It took almost 40 minutes of scrubbing through grainy black and white footage before Jerome suddenly leaned forward and said, "Wait, go back." Beverly rewound the tape, and there he was. Nathan walking calmly through the parking garage at 6 in the morning 3 days earlier, wearing a maintenance uniform I didn't recognize. He had a key card. He swiped it like he belonged there, like he'd done it 100 times before, and the door to the stairwell clicked open without hesitation. My throat closed up so tight I couldn't breathe. Beverly asked me if I was sure it was him, and I couldn't even answer. Just nodded because I would recognize the way he walked in my sleep, that confident stride he used when he thought he was getting away with something. Jerome pulled up the tenant registry while Beverly kept rewinding through older footage. It didn't take long to find what we were looking for. 6 weeks earlier, almost exactly 2 weeks after I'd moved in, someone named Neil Travers had signed a lease for a studio apartment on the first floor. The signature was different. messier than Nathan's usual handwriting, but the emergency contact phone number listed on the application was one digit off from Nathan's mother's landline, a number I'd called dozens of times back when I still thought I might eventually be part of his family. Jerome pulled up more footage, and we watched Nathan, or Neil, coming and going at odd hours, always between 5 and 7 in the morning, always returning late at night. He'd been living in the same building as me for over a month, 40 feet below my apartment, using a fake name, paying rent, receiving mail, blending in like any other tenant. In one clip, I watched myself walk past him in the lobby. I didn't even glance in his direction. He was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, and I was looking at my phone, completely unaware that the person I'd spent 8 months hiding from was standing close enough to touch me. Beverly's hand found mine and squeezed, and I realized I was crying. These awful silent tears streaming down my face while I watched myself almost die without knowing it. This time, when I called the police, I had evidence. I had footage of him entering the building with a stolen keycard. I had a lease application with a fake name and a traceable phone number. I had 6 weeks of recorded comings and goings that matched the timeline of every package, every login attempt, every moment I'd felt watched. 2 officers came within the hour, and Beverly handed over copies of everything. They ran the name Neil Travers and found nothing, which was enough to justify a welfare check on the apartment. I waited upstairs with Felicity, who'd called in sick to work the moment I told her what was happening, holding my hand so tight her knuckles went white. The knock on his door came at 2 in the afternoon. I know because I was watching the clock, counting every second, convinced he'd somehow slipped away, that he'd seen the police coming and vanished like smoke. But he hadn't. He opened the door in sweatpants and a t-shirt, looking confused, looking innocent, and the officers asked him to confirm his identity. According to the report I read later, he kept up the act for almost 15 minutes before they showed him the footage of me walking past him in the lobby. Something in his face shifted then, they said. He stopped pretending and started explaining. He told them he just wanted to make sure I was safe, that he loved me too much to let me disappear, that he'd been waiting for the right moment to talk to me, to fix what I'd broken when I left without saying goodbye. They found a notebook in his apartment filled with my schedule, my shifts at the restaurant, the times Felicity and I went for coffee, the license plate of the car I'd bought used 3 weeks after moving. He'd been building a complete map of my life, waiting for the moment I'd be alone long enough for him to approach me. The arresting officer told me later that in his 20 years on the job, he'd never seen documentation that thorough. Nathan was charged with stalking, identity fraud, and criminal trespassing. The trial took 8 months, and I had to testify twice, had to sit in a courtroom and look at him while lawyers picked apart every detail of our relationship. He got 4 years, which his attorney tried to reduce to 2 with good behavior. But the judge saw the notebook and the footage and the pattern, and she gave him the maximum sentence allowed under Colorado law. I moved out of that apartment 3 days after his arrest, stayed with my sister in Minnesota until the trial was over, then relocated somewhere I'm not going to name because I've learned the hard way that safety isn't something you can take for granted. It's been almost 2 years now, and I still check the locks 3 times before bed. I still vary my route home. I still feel my heart jump when I see a silver sedan or a man in a baseball cap. But I also sleep through the night most weeks. I have a job I like and friends who know my real name, and a small apartment with a security system I paid for myself. Sometimes I think about that note he left under my welcome mat, about him saying he chose a good place for me to start over. He didn't choose anything for me. I chose it. I chose to leave. I chose to rebuild. And when he tried to take that from me, I chose to fight back. That's the part I hold on to when the fear creeps in. He's in a cell somewhere, and I'm here, free. Writing this down so that maybe someone else who's going through something similar knows that the system doesn't always fail you. Sometimes, if you document everything and don't give up, you get to be the one who walks away. My father died on a Saturday morning in March 2023, and I remember thinking that the timing seemed almost deliberate. like he had chosen the quietest possible moment to slip away. He was 74 years old, had been fighting lung cancer for almost 2 years, and the hospice nurse told us he went peacefully in his sleep at the house in rural Montana, where he had lived for the past 4 decades. I drove up from Denver that same afternoon, a 6-hour trip through mountain roads that I had made dozens of times before, but never under circumstances like these. My sister Corinne met me at the driveway, her eyes red and puffy, and we stood there hugging in the cold spring air while the sun set behind the pines. Our mother had passed away when we were kids, so it was just the two of us now, the last of the Pruitt family, standing in front of a house that suddenly felt impossibly large and impossibly empty. Corinne had already started making lists of what needed to be done, because that was how she coped with things, and I was grateful for her organizational instincts because my own mind felt like it was filled with static. The funeral was small, just a handful of neighbors and a few of my father's old colleagues from the lumber mill where he had worked as a foreman for 25 years before retiring. People said nice things about him, called him a quiet man, a private man, someone who kept to himself but was always willing to help when you needed it. I nodded along and shook hands and accepted casseroles wrapped in aluminum foil, and through it all I kept thinking about the garage. That might sound strange, but you have to understand something about my father and that garage. It was his domain, his sanctuary, the one place in the house where nobody else was allowed to go without his explicit permission. As a kid, I learned very quickly that the garage was off limits, not because he ever hit me or anything like that, but because the one time I wandered in there looking for a bicycle pump, he found me and his face transformed into something I had never seen before. Pure, absolute fury, the kind that makes your whole body go cold. He grabbed my arm hard enough to leave bruises and dragged me out of there, and he did not speak to me for 3 days afterward. After that incident, which happened when I was maybe 9 or 10, I never went near the garage again. Neither did Corinne, neither did anyone. My father kept a heavy padlock on the side door and another on the main garage door, and he carried the keys on a chain attached to his belt at all times. When I got older and started asking questions, he would just stare at me with those pale gray eyes of his and say, it was none of my business, that a man was entitled to his privacy, that some things were not meant to be shared. I assumed he was building something in there, maybe a boat or some kind of woodworking project, something he wanted to keep secret until it was finished. That was the story I told myself anyway, the explanation that let me sleep at night and not think too hard about why my own father treated one room of his house like it contained nuclear launch codes. Corinne had her own theory, which was that he was hoarding money in there, cash he did not want the government to know about. We even joked about it sometimes, called it Fort Knox, laughed nervously whenever the subject came up. But now he was gone, and someone had to deal with the property. Corinne had a husband and 2 kids back in Seattle, a job she could not take more than a week off from, so the task of cleaning out the house fell mostly to me. I worked remotely as a software developer, which meant I could set up my laptop anywhere with decent Wi-Fi and keep billing hours while I sorted through 40 years of accumulated belongings. The first few days were exactly what you would expect. Endless trips to the donation center with boxes of old clothes, arguments with Corinne over the phone about what to keep and what to throw away, moments of unexpected grief when I found something like my mother's handwriting on a recipe card tucked inside a cookbook. I avoided the garage. I told myself I was saving it for last, that I needed to deal with the easier stuff first. But the truth was that I was scared. Not scared of what I might find exactly, but scared of finally knowing what my father had been hiding all those years, scared that the answer might change everything I thought I knew about him. On the 8th day after the funeral, I ran out of excuses. The house was mostly empty, the paperwork was sorted, and the only thing left was the garage and whatever waited inside. I found the keys in a small wooden box on my father's nightstand, right where the hospice nurse said they would be. There were 3 of them on a tarnished brass ring, each one worn smooth from decades of use. My hands felt numb as I walked across the backyard toward the side door, the spring mud sucking at my boots with every step. The garage was a separate structure from the main house, a concrete block building with no windows and a roof covered in green moss. Looked like a bunker, like something designed to keep people out. And standing in front of it, I understood for the first time just how much effort my father had put into making sure nobody ever saw what was inside. I fitted the first key into the padlock, turned it, and heard the mechanism click open with a sound that seemed much too loud in the quiet afternoon air. The smell hit me before I even got the door fully open. A thick, musty odor of dust and old paper, and something else underneath. Something faintly metallic that I could not quite identify. I fumbled for a light switch along the interior wall and found one, a single bare bulb that flickered twice before casting a weak yellow glow across the space. The garage was smaller than I remembered, maybe 20 feet by 15, with concrete floors and walls lined with metal shelving units. Most of the shelves held exactly what you would expect in a garage: old paint cans and rusted tools and boxes of nails and screws. But against the far wall, directly opposite the door, stood a tall metal cabinet with a padlock of its own. It was industrial looking, the kind of thing you might see in a high school locker room, painted a dull gray that had chipped in places to reveal darker gray underneath. I knew immediately that this was what my father had been protecting all along. Not the garage itself, but whatever was locked inside that cabinet. The second key on the ring fit the padlock perfectly, and when I pulled the doors open, the hinges screamed like they had not moved in years. The first thing I saw was the jewelry. Rings, necklaces, bracelets, earrings. All of them tangled together in a shallow cardboard box on the top shelf. Some of the pieces looked expensive, gold and silver with gemstones that caught the light, while others were cheap costume stuff, the kind you might buy at a drugstore. None of it belonged to my mother. I knew that immediately because my mother had never owned much jewelry, and what little she had, Corinne and I had divided between us after she died. Below the jewelry box there was a stack of wallets, maybe 15 or 20 of them, all different styles and colors and states of wear. I picked one up with trembling fingers and opened it to find a California driver's license belonging to a woman named Denise Hartley, born in 1961, with an address in Sacramento. The photo showed a thin blonde woman with tired eyes and a smile that did not quite reach them. I picked up another wallet and found a license for a man named Theodore Baines from Portland, Oregon. Another one belonged to someone named Yolanda Fitch from Boise, Idaho. Every single wallet contained an ID, and every single ID belonged to someone I had never heard of. Someone with no connection to my family or my father's life as far as I knew. My legs gave out and I sat down hard on the cold concrete floor, still holding one of the wallets in my hand. I stayed there for a long time, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 20, just staring at the open cabinet and trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There had to be an explanation, I kept telling myself. Maybe my father collected lost wallets. Maybe he found them on the road during his business trips and always meant to mail them back, but never got around to it. But even as I formed that thought, I knew it was ridiculous. Knew it the way you know something in your bones before your brain catches up. Because underneath the wallets there were other things that made the innocent explanation impossible. A woman's floral blouse, carefully folded, with a dark stain on the collar that I refused to look at too closely. A man's leather belt with the initials TB stamped into it. A child's sneaker, just one, size 6, faded pink with a cartoon character on the side that I vaguely recognized from the 80s. And stuffed into the corner of the bottom shelf, a manila envelope thick with newspaper clippings that had yellowed with age. I do not remember deciding to open the envelope, only that suddenly the clippings were spread out on the floor in front of me, and I was reading them one by one with a kind of numb detachment, like I was watching someone else go through the motions. The headlines blurred together at first, but certain words kept jumping out at me. Missing, vanished, last seen, foul play suspected. The articles came from newspapers all over the western states, places like Reno and Salt Lake City, and Spokane and Billings, and they spanned nearly 3 decades from the late 70s to the mid-2000s. Each one told the story of someone who had disappeared without a trace, someone whose family was desperate for answers, someone who had simply walked out of their life one day and never came back. Denise Hartley, the woman from the first wallet I had opened, was there in a clipping from 1989. She had vanished from a rest stop along Interstate 80 while driving home from visiting her sister. Theodore Baines had disappeared in 1994 while hitchhiking through Montana. Yolanda Fitch had gone missing in 2003 after leaving a bar in downtown Boise. There were others too, names I did not recognize because I had not looked through all the wallets yet. But I knew if I matched them up, I would find a wallet or a piece of jewelry or a scrap of clothing for every single one. I called the police that night, or maybe I should say I called them the next morning, because by the time I finished going through everything in that cabinet, it was well past midnight. A deputy from the county sheriff's office came out first, a young guy with a patchy beard who clearly thought he was responding to some kind of prank call. But then he saw the cabinet and the wallets and the clippings, and his face went pale, and he stepped back outside to radio for backup. Within 2 hours, there were 6 patrol cars in the driveway, and crime scene tape stretched across the garage door, and people in latex gloves carrying evidence bags back and forth, while I sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket someone had given me. A detective named Ingram sat down next to me at some point, a heavy-set woman in her 50s with short gray hair, and a voice that managed to be both gentle and absolutely serious at the same time. She asked me questions for what felt like hours, questions about my father, about his habits, about whether I had ever suspected anything, about the business trips he used to take when I was a kid. Those business trips, it turned out, were the key to everything. My father had worked as a foreman at the lumber mill, but what I did not know, what I had never thought to question, was that his job also required him to travel several times a year to meet with suppliers and inspect timber operations in other states. He would be gone for a week or two at a time, sometimes longer, and when he came back, he never talked about where he had been or what he had done. I always assumed it was boring work stuff, the kind of thing a kid would not care about anyway. But Detective Ingram told me that investigators in at least 4 states had been looking at my father for years, going back to the early 90s when a witness reported seeing a man matching his description talking to Yolanda Fitch outside that bar in Boise the night she disappeared. They never had enough evidence to arrest him, never had anything concrete that would hold up in court, just a pattern of travel that seemed to coincide with disappearances and a gut feeling that something was wrong. She told me they had even interviewed him once back in 1998 about a missing woman in Wyoming, but he had an alibi that checked out, and they had to let him go. All those years, she said, they knew something was not right about him, but they could never prove it. And now here was the proof, locked in a cabinet in his garage, waiting for someone to finally open it. I stayed in Montana for another 3 weeks while the investigation unfolded, answering more questions, providing DNA samples, signing documents that gave the police permission to dig up parts of the property. They found remains buried in the woods behind the house, 4 sets of bones in shallow graves that my father had apparently dug over the course of several decades. Dental records confirmed that 2 of them matched people from the newspaper clippings, including Denise Hartley, the woman whose wallet I had opened first. The forensic team estimated there could be more, scattered across multiple states along the routes my father used to travel, and the FBI got involved at some point because the crimes crossed so many jurisdictions. Corinne flew out when the news broke nationally, and we sat together in a motel room watching our father's face appear on cable news, listening to reporters describe him as a suspected serial killer who had evaded justice for over 30 years. She kept asking me if I remembered anything, any sign that something was wrong, and I kept telling her no. I did not. He was just our father, quiet and private, and sometimes angry, but never anything that made me think he was capable of this. But that was a lie, or at least not the whole truth, because I did remember something I had buried so deep I almost convinced myself it never happened. I was 12 years old, and my father had just come back from one of his trips. It was late, past midnight, and I woke up because I heard the truck pulling into the driveway. I got out of bed and went to my window, which looked out over the backyard and the garage beyond it. The moon was full that night, bright enough that I could see everything clearly, and I watched my father get out of the truck and walk around to the passenger side. He opened the door and pulled something out, something large and heavy that he carried over his shoulder like a rolled-up carpet. Except it was not a carpet. I knew that even then, knew it from the way it bent in places a carpet would not bend. Knew it from the glimpse of pale skin I caught in the moonlight before he disappeared into the garage. I stood at that window for a long time, waiting for him to come back out, and when he finally did, his clothes were different and he was carrying a garbage bag that he threw into the bed of the truck. He looked up at the house then, and for one terrible moment I thought he saw me, thought our eyes met across the darkness. But he just stood there for a few seconds and then went inside. And the next morning at breakfast, he was the same as always, quiet and distant and completely unreadable. I never told anyone what I saw. I was 12 years old and I did not have the words for it, did not have the framework to understand what it meant. So I did what children do when reality becomes too frightening to accept. I convinced myself it was a dream, a nightmare, something my imagination had invented. And eventually, I believed it. I live in Denver now, same apartment I had before any of this happened, same job, same routine. The house in Montana was seized as part of the investigation, and I do not know what will happen to it, do not really care. Corinne and I talk on the phone every few weeks, but there is a distance between us now that was not there before, a shared trauma that neither of us knows how to process. The FBI identified 11 victims in total, spanning from 1978 to 2006, though they suspect there may be others they will never find. My father, they told me, fit a specific profile, someone who targeted vulnerable people, drifters and hitchhikers and runaways, people whose disappearances would not make headlines, people who nobody would look too hard for. He was patient and careful and methodical, and if he had not kept those souvenirs in his cabinet, if he had not held on to the proof of what he had done, he would have died as nothing more than a quiet old man who kept to himself. Sometimes I wonder why he saved those things, whether it was arrogance or compulsion, or some twisted need to remember. Sometimes I wonder if he wanted to be caught, if leaving those keys on his nightstand was his final confession. But mostly I try not to wonder about anything at all. I go to work and I come home, and I do not think about the man who raised me, the man who taught me to ride a bike and helped me with my homework and sat across from me at the dinner table for 18 years while carrying secrets that would have destroyed everything if I had known. He was my father. He was also a monster, and I have to live with both of those truths for the rest of my life. Around 11 on a Wednesday night, I found myself pushing a shopping cart through the fluorescent maze of a Kroger in suburban Atlanta. My sister had just given birth to twins 3 days earlier, and I had volunteered to do her grocery run since her husband was working night shifts at the hospital. At 26, fresh off a breakup that left me crashing on my parents' couch, I figured helping out was the least I could do to feel useful. The store was practically deserted at that hour. Just a teenager restocking cereal boxes and an elderly man contemplating yogurt flavors in the dairy aisle. I remember the muzak playing some watered-down version of a Beatles song, the kind of detail that sticks with you after something terrible almost happens. My cart squeaked with every rotation of its front left wheel, this rhythmic complaint that echoed through empty aisles. I grabbed everything on the list: diapers, formula, those specific crackers my sister craved during pregnancy, and apparently still wanted. The whole trip took maybe 40 minutes, and I was thinking about nothing more significant than whether I should grab myself a bag of chips for the drive home. The parking lot sprawled out in front of the store like a concrete ocean, maybe 200 spaces with only about 15 cars scattered across it. Most of them clustered near the entrance, but I had parked further out near a broken lamppost because it was the only spot I could find when I arrived earlier, and the lot was busier. Now, walking toward my car with 4 plastic bags cutting into my fingers, I noticed how quiet everything had become. The highway noise that usually hummed in the background seemed muted, absorbed by the humid Georgia air. My footsteps sounded impossibly loud against the asphalt, each step a small announcement of my location. I was maybe 30 feet from my car, a silver Camry that my dad had passed down to me after buying himself a truck, when I noticed movement between 2 vehicles about 20 feet to my left. A man stepped out from behind a dark SUV, and even from that distance I could tell he was looking directly at me. He started walking in my direction with this purposeful stride that made my chest tighten. Not running, not casual, but deliberate, like someone who had been waiting. He was probably in his late 40s, wearing a beige jacket that looked too warm for the weather and jeans that seemed brand new, stiff and dark. His hair was thinning on top, combed back in a way that revealed a prominent forehead with deep creases. What struck me most was how normal he looked, not disheveled, not obviously threatening, just an average man you might see anywhere. He raised one hand in a wave as he approached, and his face arranged itself into something resembling friendliness, though his eyes stayed fixed on me with an intensity that the smile never reached. "Hey there," he called out when he was about 15 feet away, still closing the distance. "Sorry to bother you, but I think I know that car." He pointed toward my Camry, and I instinctively looked at it, which meant taking my eyes off him for a second. When I looked back, he had covered another 5 feet. My grip tightened on the plastic bags, the handles digging deeper into my palms. Every instinct told me to keep moving, but something about his tone, conversational, almost neighborly, made me hesitate. "Excuse me?" I said, and I hated how my voice came out smaller than I intended. He stopped about 8 feet away, close enough that I could see the stubble on his chin and a small scar above his left eyebrow, shaped like a crescent moon. "That Camry," he said, nodding toward my car again. "Silver, right? 2012 or 2013? I swear I know that car from somewhere. You live around Decatur?" I shook my head, taking a small step backward. "No, I think you have me confused with someone else." He tilted his head like a dog hearing a strange sound, and that gesture sent a ripple of unease through me. "You sure? Because I could swear I have seen you before. Maybe at the Publix on Memorial Drive, the gas station near the elementary school." Each location he named felt like a probe, a fishing expedition designed to extract information. I realized he was moving again, not toward me directly but angling slightly to my right, positioning himself between me and the most direct path to my car. The bags in my hands suddenly felt like anchors, weighing me down when I needed to be light and fast. "I really need to go," I said, forcing my feet to move. I angled left, away from him, planning to loop around and approach my car from a different direction. But he matched my movement, stepping sideways to maintain that invisible barrier between me and the Camry. Hold on," he said, and there was something different in his voice now, a slight edge creeping in beneath the friendly facade. "I am just trying to figure this out. It is driving me crazy. What is your name? Maybe I know your family." My heart was hammering against my ribs, and I became hyper-aware of everything around me. The distant hum of a car on the highway, the flickering of a working lamppost 2 rows over, the complete absence of any other human being within shouting distance. The store entrance seemed impossibly far away, a rectangle of light that might as well have been on another planet. I thought about screaming, but something told me that would escalate things in a way I could not control. Instead, I kept my voice as steady as I could manage and said, "I do not know you. Please leave me alone." His expression shifted then, just slightly, the mask slipping for half a second. I saw something cold underneath, something calculating. "That is not very friendly," he said, and he took another step closer. We were maybe 5 feet apart now. I could smell cigarette smoke clinging to his jacket mixed with something else, a chemical smell, like industrial cleaner. "I'm just being neighborly here, trying to make a connection. You know how rare that is these days. Everyone is so paranoid, so unfriendly." He kept talking, a steady stream of words that felt designed to keep me in place, to make me doubt my own instincts. Maybe he was just lonely. Maybe I was overreacting. Those thoughts flickered through my mind even as every cell in my body screamed at me to run. I glanced to my right and saw a narrow gap between a pickup truck and a minivan, just wide enough for me to squeeze through. Beyond that, there was an open stretch of pavement leading to the store entrance. If I could get through that gap before he could react, I might make it. I shifted my weight onto the balls of my feet, the plastic bags rustling slightly with the movement. He must have seen something change in my posture because his hand shot out and grabbed my wrist before I could take a single step. His grip was tight, fingers digging into the soft skin above my hand, and I felt the shock of contact surge through me like electricity. "Hey now," he said, his voice dropping lower. losing all pretense of friendliness. "Where are you going? We are just talking here. No need to be rude." Up close, I could see his eyes clearly for the first time. Pale blue, almost gray, with pupils that seemed too large for the amount of light in the parking lot. There was nothing behind them that I recognized as human warmth. I yanked my arm back, hard, and he released me but moved forward at the same time, hurting me backward until my hip collided with the side mirror of a parked sedan. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my side, and I dropped 2 of the grocery bags. Cans rolled across the asphalt, making hollow sounds as they scattered. "Look what you made me do," I said, the words coming out in a rush, my brain grasping for anything that might normalize this situation, might return us to a world where strangers did not grab you in parking lots. "Just pick them up," he said, gesturing at the fallen groceries. "I will wait." And that was when I understood with absolute clarity what was happening. He wanted me to bend down, to make myself smaller, more vulnerable, to take my eyes off him. The way he stood there, blocking my path to the open lot, angling me further into the canyon formed by parked cars. This was not random. This was practiced. I thought about a true crime podcast I had listened to during my commute. Something about predators choosing locations and timing, about how they test boundaries before escalating. Every interaction so far had been a test. The friendly wave. The questions about where I lived. The grab when I tried to leave. Each one pushing a little further, seeing how I would react. My mind raced through options. I could scream, but the store was so far away, and who knew if anyone would hear. I could fight, but he was bigger than me and I had no idea if he was armed. I could try to run, but he had already shown he was faster than he looked. The keys in my pocket pressed against my thigh, and I remembered something my mother had told me years ago about holding your keys between your fingers like a weapon. I did not pick up the groceries. Instead, I took a deep breath and screamed as loud as I could. Not a word, just a raw, primal sound that tore out of my throat and echoed across the empty lot. The man flinched, his eyes darting toward the store entrance, and in that half-second of distraction I bolted. I ran straight for the gap between the pickup and minivan, squeezing through so fast that the minivan's mirror scraped against my arm, leaving a burning line of pain I barely registered. Behind me, I heard him curse and the sound of his footsteps pounding against the pavement. I did not look back. I just ran, my lungs already burning, my legs pumping harder than they had since high school track practice. The store entrance grew larger with every stride. 50 feet, 40, 30. I could hear him getting closer, his breathing heavy and ragged, and I pushed myself faster, faster, until I burst through the automatic doors and nearly collided with a display of energy drinks. The teenager who had been stocking shelves looked up with wide eyes and I gasped out the words, "Call the police," before doubling over, hands on my knees trying to catch my breath. The kid must have seen something in my face because he did not ask questions, just pulled out his phone and dialed. I turned around and looked through the glass doors, my heart still slamming against my chest. The man was standing at the edge of the parking lot, right where the overhead lights gave way to shadow. He was just watching, not moving, his hands hanging loose at his sides. Even from that distance, I could feel his gaze on me, heavy and cold. Then a car pulled into the lot, a woman in a minivan, probably coming for a late-night grocery run just like I had, and he turned and walked away. Not running, not hurried, just a casual stroll like he had all the time in the world. He disappeared between 2 rows of parked cars, and a moment later I heard an engine start somewhere in the darkness. By the time the police arrived 12 minutes later, he was long gone. The woman in the minivan had seen nothing, noticed nothing. To her, it was just an ordinary Wednesday night. She had no idea what had almost happened in the same lot where she was now parking her car and checking her grocery list. 2 officers took my statement inside the store, in a small break room that smelled like burnt coffee and microwave dinners. I described everything I could remember. The beige jacket, the crescent scar, the pale eyes, the dark SUV he had been standing near, which was gone by the time we checked. They asked me if I had gotten a license plate number, and I had not. Of course I had not. Because who thinks about license plates when they are running for their life? One of the officers, a woman with graying hair pulled back in a tight bun, kept exchanging glances with her partner in a way that made me nervous. When I finished talking, she asked if I could come down to the station the next day to look at some photographs. "Has this happened before?" I asked, and the silence that followed told me everything. They would not confirm anything that night, just said they were investigating similar incidents and my description might help. I drove home in a daze, checking my rearview mirror every 30 seconds, jumping at every set of headlights that appeared behind me. My sister's groceries sat in the passenger seat, and I remember thinking how absurd it was that I still had them, that somewhere in the chaos of running and screaming I had managed to hold onto 2 of the 4 bags. 3 days later, a detective named Reginald Okonkwo called me. He had a deep voice, calm and measured, the kind of voice that probably helped people feel safe when they were falling apart. He told me they had arrested a man matching my description at a Target parking lot in Marietta, about 20 miles from the Kroger where I had encountered him. A security guard had noticed him approaching a woman loading groceries into her car, using the same routine. The friendly wave, the questions about the car looking familiar. This time, someone had intervened before anything could happen. When they searched his vehicle, they found zip ties, a hunting knife, and a roll of duct tape in a duffel bag in the trunk. They also found 2 driver's licenses that did not belong to him. The detective paused before telling me the next part, and I could hear him choosing his words carefully. 2 women had gone missing from grocery store parking lots in the Atlanta area over the previous 6 weeks. Both had been found, alive but traumatized, in a foreclosed house on the outskirts of the city. The man had held them for several days before releasing them in remote locations. He had used the same approach with both of them, pretending to recognize their car, asking friendly questions, positioning himself to cut off their escape routes. I was going to be his third. His name was Dennis Lamar Finch, 47 years old, a former appliance repair technician who had lived alone in a rented apartment less than 10 miles from my parents' house. The news covered the arrest for a few days, showing his mugshot on every local channel. That same unremarkable face, those same pale eyes staring blankly at the camera. Watching him on television, you would never guess what he was capable of. He looked like someone who might fix your refrigerator or wave at you from across the street while watering his lawn. That was the part that stayed with me, long after the trial, long after he was sentenced. The complete normalcy of him. I testified at the trial, sat in that witness box and described every detail of that night while he watched me from the defense table. He never showed any emotion, not when I talked about him grabbing my wrist, not when the other victims described what he had done to them. Just that same blank expression, like he was watching something mildly boring on television. The jury took less than 4 hours to convict him on all counts. He got 45 years, no possibility of parole. It has been almost 4 years now, and I still do not shop alone at night. I park as close to store entrances as possible, even if it means circling the lot 5 times. I keep my keys in my hand the moment I step outside, and I have taken 2 self-defense classes. My therapist says these are normal responses to trauma, that my brain is just trying to protect me from something that already happened. Maybe she is right, but sometimes, late at night, I think about how close I came to disappearing. I think about those 2 other women, what they went through in that foreclosed house, and I wonder what he had planned for me. I think about that moment in the parking lot when he told me to pick up the groceries, and how easy it would have been to just do it, to doubt myself, to be polite, to ignore every alarm bell ringing in my head. That is what scares me most, not the memory of his face or his voice or his grip on my wrist. It is knowing how close I came to making a different choice, to being too afraid to scream, too polite to run. If you take anything from this, let it be this: trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Do not worry about being rude. Do not worry about overreacting. Just get out, get somewhere safe, and worry about embarrassment later. Embarrassment fades. The alternative does not. Most of this happened during a stretch of my life when I was juggling long shifts at a small marketing firm and spending most evenings alone in my apartment, trying to distract myself from how stagnant everything felt. Matching with someone online wasn't unusual for me. but meeting someone who seemed genuinely attentive from the very first message caught me off guard. He introduced himself as Ethan, mentioned he worked in consulting, and had this way of asking questions that made me feel like he was actually listening. I remember sitting on my couch that night eating leftover pasta, surprised at how naturally the conversation flowed. He wasn't pushing anything weird, wasn't making inappropriate jokes, just easy, calm exchanges that somehow made the room feel warmer. By the time I went to bed, I was smiling like an idiot, wondering how someone like him had even noticed me. The momentum between us picked up fast in a way that felt flattering at first, as if I'd stepped into some alternate version of my life, where I mattered more than I realized. Ethan would send these short voice messages in the mornings, sounding half awake and friendly, talking about grabbing overpriced lattes before work, or rushing to catch a meeting he claimed to be running late for. He didn't just text "good morning." He'd say things like how he hoped the weather held up for my commute, or how he thought I deserved a quieter day. Small things, but no one had spoken to me like that in a long time. Within a week, he suggested meeting in person, and even though the pace was making me nervous, I let myself get swept up in it. The attention felt intoxicating, like someone had finally decided I was worth choosing. When we met for the first time at a small cafe near a busy downtown street, he showed up wearing a navy jacket with scuffed elbows and a watch that looked older than he claimed it was. His hair was neatly cut, but one side stuck up like he'd been in a rush and hadn't noticed. He smiled easily, not forced or awkward, and his laugh came out in these short, breathy bursts that made other people at nearby tables glance over. We talked about travel, work, hobbies, and he had an answer for everything. Smooth, confident, polished in a way I couldn't quite place. Still, he paid for everything without blinking and walked me back to my car like he'd known me forever. I told myself the annoying tug in my chest wasn't fear. It was just unfamiliar excitement. Over the next couple of weeks, Ethan's generosity escalated. He sent food to my apartment on nights he knew I was working late, bought concert tickets for a band I'd mentioned once in passing, and even sent a small package with a book he said reminded him of me. It all felt flattering, but there were moments that didn't line up cleanly. He'd mention a project at work, and then forget he'd already described it differently 2 days earlier. He said he'd grown up in a coastal town, but later mentioned being from the Midwest. When I teased him lightly about the contradictions, he brushed them off with a quick joke, or changed the subject entirely. None of it felt alarming yet, but there were little threads that tugged at my attention when I lay awake at night replaying conversations. I kept telling myself that everyone exaggerates sometimes, and maybe I was reading too much into it. One evening, while Ethan was supposedly on a business trip, he called me from what sounded like a busy hotel lobby. His voice carried that same warm tone, but behind it I could hear overlapping conversations and the clatter of dishes, almost like a restaurant rather than a hotel. He said he'd call me again once he got to his room, but the second call never came. Instead, he texted a blurry photo of a suitcase near a generic carpeted hallway. Something about the image felt strange. The angle, the lighting, even the suitcase itself looked different from the one he'd carried when we met. I brushed it aside at first, telling myself it was a pointless detail to fixate on. But that night, lying in bed, I kept replaying the sound of all those voices behind him, wondering why it didn't match any hotel lobby I'd ever been in. The next morning, I did something I hadn't planned. I searched his full name online. Not a deep search, just the usual quick look everyone does at some point. Nothing reliable came up. Not a LinkedIn profile, not old pictures, not anything that matched the man I'd met. His phone number traced back to an area nowhere near the city he claimed he lived in. When I asked him casually about his workplace later that day, he gave me a company name I'd never heard of, and muttered something about their private contract work, as if that explained the lack of information. It wasn't enough to raise an alarm on its own, but the gaps were widening, and my mind kept drifting back to those small inconsistencies that were starting to pile up. A few days later, while waiting for him outside a bookstore where we'd planned to meet, I watched the minutes tick by with no sign of him. He finally texted saying he'd been called into an emergency meeting and couldn't make it. The strange part was what happened right afterward. A woman approached me. maybe in her 30s, with her hair tied back and a faded canvas tote slung over her shoulder. She asked if I was waiting for someone named Ethan. The question hit me so sharply, it felt like someone had pulled a string inside my chest. She explained that she wasn't trying to pry, but she thought she recognized my situation because she'd been through something similar. Before I could respond, she apologized and walked away briskly, disappearing into a crowd at the crosswalk. I didn't chase her. I just stood there holding my phone, wondering what exactly she had meant. That encounter shook me more than I wanted to admit, so that night I dug a little deeper. It started harmlessly, reverse image searching the pictures he'd sent me. 2 of them came up blank, but one matched an account that had been deleted years ago. The image tied to a username with barely any archived posts. The colors in the profile photo looked slightly altered, as if someone had edited it to appear newer. I tried searching his workplace again with different spellings, different keywords, and eventually I found an old forum thread where people mentioned a man using multiple identities tied to consulting work that didn't actually exist. No full names, no photos, but the descriptions lined up almost perfectly with Ethan's stories. My chest tensed as I read every line, feeling more and more like I'd stepped into a version of someone else's nightmare without realizing it. The turning point came when I messaged Ethan that I needed some time to think. I didn't accuse him of anything. I barely hinted at my doubts. Within minutes, his tone shifted. He went from affectionate to oddly defensive, insisting that he'd opened up more to me than to anyone else, and that he hoped I wasn't buying into rumors. I hadn't mentioned any rumors. His reaction felt strangely rehearsed, as if he'd given that same speech to someone else before. When I didn't reply right away, he sent a long paragraph about trust, timing, and how people love to tear down anyone who seems successful. Something in the way he wrote, too polished, too perfectly phrased, made the air in my apartment feel heavy. I set my phone down and didn't respond until the next day. When morning came, a message from an unknown number popped up on my screen. It was short, almost clipped. "Be careful. He did this to my cousin." No details, no name attached, just that sentence. A second text followed a minute later with a screenshot of a police bulletin, blurred, but clear enough to make out a familiar jawline and the slant of a crooked eyebrow. It wasn't Ethan's name underneath the photo, though. It was a completely different one. Seeing that picture, even with the poor resolution, sent a wave of realization through me. Ethan wasn't just bending the truth. He was built entirely out of lies. The bulletin mentioned financial manipulation, emotional coercion, and a pattern of disappearing before charges progressed. My pulse hammered in my ears as I read it over and over, finally accepting that whoever I'd been talking to wasn't who he pretended to be. Eventually, I contacted a detective whose name was listed on the bulletin. I half expected them to tell me it was outdated or incomplete, but instead they asked for my address and came by later that afternoon. The detective, a calm man with silver streaks in his hair and a battered leather notebook, listened carefully while I recounted everything. He told me the individual I knew as Ethan had cycled through at least 4 identities in recent years, and that multiple partners had come forward with stories disturbingly similar to mine. What shocked me most was learning how calculated it all was. Each relationship starting with harmless charm, building into extravagant generosity, and ultimately ending with accounts drained or credit cards opened without consent. I felt sick hearing it laid out like that, realizing how close I'd come to losing everything. Cutting contact wasn't as simple as blocking his number. For days afterward, I kept getting calls from unknown area codes, silence on the other end each time. One afternoon, a delivery driver dropped a package at my door, a book wrapped in brown paper with no return address. It was the same title Ethan had gifted me before, only this copy was brand new, still sealed in plastic. I reported it immediately, and the detective assured me they were tracking every attempt he made to reach out. Eventually, the calls stopped, and no more packages came. Life settled back into something resembling normal, though I'm not sure I'll ever fully relax the way I used to. Every now and then, when I walk past that bookstore where the woman approached me, I catch myself scanning the crowd, wondering how many people have crossed paths with him without realizing it. I didn't lose money, but I lost the version of myself that believed a kind voice and steady attention were proof of someone's character. I remember that period of my life as a time when everything felt predictable in the best way. I worked in a mid-sized distribution office, handling order coordination during the late shifts, usually leaving after most people were already gone. My routine rarely changed: coffee on the way in, headphones during the first hour of sorting emails, lunch with the same handful of coworkers who liked quiet tables. That consistency made it easy to notice when someone new began drifting into my orbit. His name was Colin, a recent transfer from another branch. He didn't draw attention to himself. If anything, he blended into the background so well that people often forgot he was in the room. Still, he'd offer small comments here and there. Nothing strange, just polite observations about workloads or how chaotic certain shifts could get. The acquaintance started because we happened to clock out around the same time for about a week. He'd walk beside me toward the staff exit, not talking much, and honestly, I didn't think anything of it. He didn't radiate confidence or charm. He just seemed like someone who hadn't quite figured out how to make friends in a new place. I'd respond when he spoke, ask basic things like how he was adjusting or whether he'd settled into the system yet. It felt harmless, a workplace courtesy, something you do so the environment doesn't feel stiff. I never sensed anything intense behind his comments, no undertones of interest or anything that would make me question the small talk. The first shift where things shifted, I was updating a shipment log when he approached, leaning slightly over the edge of my desk. He asked if I wanted to grab a drink after work. The way he asked wasn't inappropriate, but something about his expression made it clear he expected a specific answer. I kept my tone light, told him I didn't go out with coworkers but appreciated the offer. He nodded, said, "Of course," and walked off without any visible reaction. I genuinely thought that would be the end of it. Just a moment of awkwardness that would fade with time. But over the next days, he kept appearing at my workstation without a sound, standing too close, watching my screen like he had some responsibility over what I was doing. At first, I told myself he was just trying to be helpful. But then he began completing tasks directly in my queue, things assigned to me alone, with my credentials tied to them. He'd do it during breaks or the rare times I stepped away, and when I confronted him gently, he'd give this puzzled look, as if I should be grateful. I overheard him telling another employee that we were basically together, and the casual tone he used made my chest tighten in a way I couldn't ignore. When I tried to put some distance between us, shorter replies, leaving the area more often, changing where I took breaks, he reacted by filing complaints against me. Accusations that I had cornered him, pressured him, sent inappropriate emails. Emails that investigators later showed me. Messages that looked like they came from my address but weren't written by me. The situation spiraled so quickly that I barely had time to process how absurd things were becoming. Security pulled me into a small conference room one afternoon, asking why I had emailed Colin messages implying I wanted to fix things between us privately. The timestamps matched moments when I was in meetings with multiple witnesses, but there they were on the logs, sent from my account. I remember sitting there trying to explain that I hadn't written any of it, and watching the supervisor's expression twist into this uncomfortable uncertainty, like he wanted to believe me but had no idea how to handle what he was seeing. Meanwhile, Colin kept acting like everything happening was just a normal dispute between coworkers. When I walked past him, he'd tilt his head slightly, as if we shared some secret no one else understood. After HR got involved, I thought things might slow down, but he started finding new ways to insert himself into places he didn't belong. The building had storage rooms that the cameras didn't fully cover, blind corners created by old shelving and poor installation. He began showing up in those exact spots whenever I passed through them alone. He wouldn't touch me, but he'd block part of the exit with his body, speaking softly, saying things like, "We could just talk if you stopped avoiding me." The worst part was how calculated it felt. Every time I changed my routine, different routes, different break times, he'd adapt, almost like he was mapping the building in real time through my movements. I started sticking close to coworkers, walking in groups, avoiding any hallway where I couldn't see both ends. Even then, he found ways to get to me. He'd slide papers onto my desk containing strange handwritten notes about how relationships take effort, or how I made things complicated. My manager tried intervening once, but Colin just smiled awkwardly and acted confused, pretending he didn't understand why I interpreted his behavior as anything more than attempts at reconciliation. The unsettling part was how good he was at playing harmless. He knew exactly when to panic, when to act timid, when to look overwhelmed. Around others, he became this soft-spoken guy who just wanted to fix an imaginary conflict. The night everything peaked, I stayed later than planned to finish end-of-day reports. The building had that hollow quietness it gets after everyone leaves. Lights humming faintly, vents clicking. The kind of silence that makes every sound feel too sharp. I kept checking the hallway, half expecting him to appear, but my floor seemed empty. When I finally walked out to the parking lot, the air felt heavy, like a storm was building somewhere far away. My car sat alone near the back row, and even from a distance I noticed something about it looked wrong. The angle felt off, slightly slumped toward the ground in a way I couldn't ignore, but I didn't understand what was going on until I got closer. All 4 tires were sliced open, the cuts clean and deliberate, not the kind of damage you get from hitting debris. A piece of paper was tucked beneath the wiper, held in place by the breeze. I remember staring at it for a moment before picking it up, my pulse stumbling when I recognized his handwriting. The message read, "You don't get to leave until I say so." There was no signature, but it didn't need one. Every letter leaned forward in the exact same way as the notes he'd left on my desk. I backed away from the car instinctively, scanning the lot, half expecting him to step out from behind one of the pillars or from between the delivery trucks. I ran back toward the building, but the main doors had already locked for the night, leaving only the employee exit on the side. I hovered near the doorway, trying to call someone from security, but the signal in that corner of the lot always dropped to almost nothing. While I was waiting for the bar to fill enough to get a call through, I noticed movement near the fence. Just a shift of darkness, but enough to make my breath hitch. I ducked inside the stairwell and stayed there, listening for steps or voices. Nothing came. After a few minutes, one of the night shift supervisors returned from a smoke break and walked me to the security office, insisting I shouldn't go back out alone. They reviewed the cameras, but the lot angles were terrible, and the vandalism had happened just outside the visible range. When the investigators finally got involved, everything unraveled at once. They discovered he'd been accessing internal systems he shouldn't have touched, logging into schedule trackers, opening archived shift data, reviewing my time card history, even monitoring when my badge scanned through certain doors. The IT team found a pattern stretching back months, with him quietly building a profile of my routines. The worst discovery was that he had manipulated certain camera feeds during specific moments when he, coincidentally, bumped into me in those storage areas. He acted like all of this was a misunderstanding, claiming he just liked being prepared, but the digital trail was too thorough to dismiss as anything innocent. I ended up taking extended leave while the company handled the fallout. He was removed from the premises, escorted out in complete silence, not saying a word to anyone. The investigators told me he'd been planning his claim for far longer than anyone expected, but they wouldn't go into detail beyond that. I never saw him again after that night, and part of me still wonders what would have happened if his note hadn't been the thing that finally pushed everything into the open. I've changed jobs since then, changed routines, changed the way I move through spaces. Even now, whenever I walk through a quiet parking lot, I catch myself checking the corners, making sure no one is waiting in those patches of darkness just beyond the lights. Something about that night sticks with me even now, mostly because it started like any other slow weekend in our place. I'd been living with my roommate Tyler for about a year, and most weekends we were out with friends. But that night we were both wiped from work and just wanted a quiet break. The building was old but decent, the kind where sounds carried easily through the hallways, doors shutting, people laughing upstairs, the elevator clanking like it had its own personality. We'd ordered takeout, thrown on a movie, and were just talking about nothing important. Everything felt ordinary in that very specific way that makes what happened next feel even stranger. I remember the air from the open kitchen window drifting in, cooler than usual, and the way it made the blinds click together in a steady rhythm that almost lulled me into sleep. The knock came during a lull in the movie, 3 taps that didn't sound rushed or nervous, just deliberate. Tyler muted the TV and we glanced at each other because it was late enough that nobody we knew would be dropping by. Then came the voice through the door, soft, steady, almost gentle, saying, "Hey, sorry to bother you. Could I borrow a phone for a moment?" It was the kind of tone someone uses when they're trying extra hard to seem harmless. For a second, I wondered if maybe a neighbor got locked out or their battery died. But the way the voice lingered after the question, as if waiting for us to get closer to the door, set off something instinctive inside me. I didn't go near the peephole, and Tyler didn't either. We just stayed completely still, listening. The silence between the door and us stretched out longer than felt normal. Whoever stood outside didn't knock again, didn't repeat the request, just stayed there. We could hear a faint, controlled breathing from the other side, like the person was standing only inches away, paying attention to the tiniest sounds inside our apartment. I remember the way Tyler's expression shifted, not panicked, but focused, the look he got when he was trying to figure out what wasn't matching up. Neither of us said a word. We didn't whisper, didn't move, didn't even turn the movie sound back on. Eventually, footsteps moved down the hall, slow and evenly paced, not hurried like someone who genuinely needed help. The hallway went quiet again, but that quiet didn't feel like safety. It felt like a held breath. About 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed with an emergency alert from the local police department. I thought it was a missing person alert at first, because that's usually what shows up. But this one mentioned a violent assault inside our own building, just 2 floors above us. The message said the suspect had entered the victim's apartment by claiming he needed to borrow a phone. I read it twice before showing it to Tyler, who stared at the screen without saying anything. There was this heavy realization settling in between us, not frantic but cold and certain. That calm voice at our door had been the same man, and if we had answered, even just cracked the door to see who it was, our night would have gone in a completely different direction. We locked every door and window even though we were already on the inside, and for a while we just sat there listening to the building. Every little creak suddenly felt sharper, like the sounds had new meaning. Somewhere upstairs we heard people talking in rushed, uneven voices, and then the distant thumping of emergency responders moving through the stairwell. Tyler kept the lights low, and I remember noticing how the glow from the TV made the living room feel strangely hollow, like the room was just waiting for something else to happen. Neither of us said anything about going to bed or turning the movie back on. It was as if doing anything normal would break whatever thin barrier had kept that man from stepping into our home. A couple of hours later, someone knocked again. This time fast, urgent, unmistakably loud. My whole chest tightened at the sound until a voice identified itself as the police. Tyler checked the peephole before opening the door just a crack, and 2 officers stood there in full uniform, clipboards in hand. One of them asked if we'd heard or seen anything unusual earlier in the night, mentioning the assault upstairs. When we told them about the soft-spoken man and his request, they exchanged a look that wasn't dramatic or exaggerated. Just a brief, knowing glance from 2 people who had already pieced together what was going on. They wrote down everything we could remember, even the tone of his voice, and the officer said something like, "You did the right thing by not answering." Over the next few days, the building felt different. Neighbors who usually nodded politely in the hallway now lingered, asking if we'd heard anything new from the police. The woman who lived across from us, usually quiet and kept to herself, started checking in on us when she saw our door open. It was like the whole floor had suddenly woken up to how vulnerable we'd all been without realizing it. Tyler kept replaying the moment in his head, describing the exact timing of the knocks, wondering if the man had watched our lights from under the door. I couldn't shake the idea that he had picked us randomly, or worse, intentionally, and was just waiting to see if we made a single wrong move. The actual confirmation came from a detective who called me a week later. He explained that the attack hadn't been spontaneous. The man had been studying the building, choosing apartments based on who seemed likely to open the door late at night. He'd been posing as a distressed neighbor to test reactions, and the assault upstairs had happened after someone believed his story long enough to unlock their door. Hearing it laid out like that made my throat tighten. It wasn't just a close call. It was a moment where one tiny decision, staying silent, had kept something terrible from crossing our threshold. I hung up the phone and just sat there, staring at the door like it had become a living thing with its own history now. For a long time after that call, evenings in the apartment didn't feel the same. I found myself paying attention to sounds I never noticed before. The elevator slowing to a stop, the soft tap of pipes cooling at night, the shuffle of someone passing our door on their way to the trash chute. It wasn't fear exactly, more like my senses had been rewired to catch details I used to overlook. Tyler started placing a small metal bar under the doorknob whenever we stayed in for the night, something he laughed about like it was overkill, though his eyes told a different story. The place that once felt relaxed and familiar now carried this quiet tension, as if the walls remembered what almost happened. One night, maybe 2 weeks after the incident, there was a single knock, just one, around dinner time. It wasn't late, but the sound still jolted both of us upright. Tyler went to the peephole immediately, and I stood behind him, barely breathing. It turned out to be a delivery driver at the wrong door, holding a stack of pizzas meant for someone down the hall. Tyler told him politely, and the guy apologized with a confused tilt of his head before walking away. Even though nothing was wrong, the moment left a strange weight in the air, like our minds were still catching up to the idea that a knock didn't automatically mean danger. But the instinct to go silent, to wait things out rather than respond, had become automatic. Eventually, our building installed new security measures, cameras in the hallways, key fobs on every floor entrance, brighter lights that hummed faintly during the night. The management sent out a long email about community safety and updated protocols, though everyone knew the real reason. People carried themselves differently in the hall now, nodding with a bit more awareness, locking their doors a little quicker. The woman 2 floors up moved out shortly after, her door staying dark and empty for weeks before new tenants arrived. Sometimes I wondered if she left because of what happened or because walking past the scene every day became too much. With time, the tension softened, turning into something more manageable, a lesson rather than a constant threat. But every once in a while, when I'm settling in for the night and the building gets quiet enough for the refrigerator hum to echo through the kitchen, I think back to that soft voice outside our door. The calmness in it, the patience, the way he waited, listening. It still unnerves me how ordinary his request sounded and how close we were to letting him in. And even though life moved on and the building feels safe again, I never forget that one simple choice, staying silent, might be the only reason I'm able to tell this story now. Christmas Eve has never been the same for me since 2017. My wife had left 6 months prior, divorce finalized right before Thanksgiving, and there I was, a man who had graduated college the same year Facebook went public, spending the holidays alone in a house that suddenly felt too big for one person. I worked as an insurance adjuster, the kind of job where you see enough property damage and human tragedy to make you numb, or so I thought. That year, I had declined every invitation from family and friends, convinced that solitude would be easier than pretending to be festive. My neighborhood in suburban Minnesota was the picture-perfect kind you see in holiday movies. Rows of houses decorated with lights, inflatable snowmen on lawns, and families shuffling between homes with plates of cookies. The Donnelly family lived 3 doors down: Patrick and Christine, their teenage daughter Amber, and their 10-year-old son Miles. We were not close, but we had that comfortable neighbor relationship built on waving from driveways and occasional small talk about weather and lawn care. The snow started falling around 4 in the afternoon, thick and relentless. the kind of storm that makes you grateful for a working furnace and a stocked pantry. I had spent most of the day on my couch watching old movies, nursing a bottle of bourbon that was supposed to last me through New Year's. By 8 that evening, the world outside had turned into a white blur, and I decided to step onto my porch just to watch the storm swallow the streetlights. That is when I noticed it. The Donnellys' front door wide open, a rectangle of warm yellow light spilling out onto their snow-covered porch. At first, I assumed someone had just stepped outside, maybe to grab something from a car or check on decorations. But minutes passed and that door stayed open, snow beginning to drift across their welcome mat. I remember thinking it was strange, wasteful even, with the heating bill that would cost them. I waited another 5 minutes watching, expecting Patrick to appear and close it. Nobody came. The door just hung there, an invitation or a warning, and something in my gut told me I needed to walk over there. I pulled on my boots and heavy coat, grabbed a flashlight more out of habit than necessity, and trudged through the accumulating snow toward their house. The wind cut through me as I crossed the distance, and by the time I reached their porch, my face was numb and my beard had collected ice crystals. I called out before stepping inside, "Patrick? Christine? Everything okay?" But my voice seemed to get swallowed by the storm behind me. The silence that answered was absolute, the kind of quiet that feels heavy and wrong. I stepped through the doorway, stamping snow off my boots on their mat, and immediately the warmth of the house wrapped around me along with the smell of roasted turkey and pine needles from their Christmas tree. The living room looked like a catalog photo. Tree decorated with gold and red ornaments, presents scattered around its base with torn wrapping paper, stockings hung above a fireplace where embers still glowed orange. Everything screamed normal holiday evening, except for the complete absence of the people who should have been enjoying it. I moved further into the house, calling their names again, my voice cracking slightly in that empty space. The dining room table stopped me cold. It was fully set. 5 places I remember counting, which struck me as odd since there were only 4 of them, with a carved turkey sitting in the center, steam no longer rising from it, but the meat still glistening, mashed potatoes in a ceramic bowl, green bean casserole, cranberry sauce still holding the shape of the can it came from. Wine glasses filled halfway, one of them with a lipstick mark on the rim. Plates had food on them, partially eaten, forks and knives resting at angles that suggested people had simply stood up mid-bite and walked away. A chair had been knocked backward, lying on its side against the wall, and that detail made my throat tighten. Christmas music was still playing softly from a speaker somewhere, some instrumental version of Silent Night that suddenly sounded mocking in all that emptiness. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911, my fingers clumsy from the cold, and told the dispatcher that something was very wrong at the Donnelly residence on Birchwood Lane. The first squad car arrived within 12 minutes, though it felt like an hour standing in that house alone. I had not moved from the dining room, afraid to touch anything, afraid to contaminate whatever scene this was. 2 officers came through the front door with their hands near their holsters, and I immediately raised mine to show I was not a threat. I explained who I was, where I lived, what I had seen. They searched the house room by room while I waited in the living room, and I heard one of them curse sharply from somewhere upstairs. More cars arrived. Unmarked sedans, a crime scene van, an ambulance that sat idle with its lights off. The snow kept falling, and I watched through the window as officers stretched yellow tape between trees in the front yard, their flashlight beams cutting through the white darkness. A detective named Ruiz introduced himself to me, a stocky man with tired eyes and a notebook that looked like it had seen 1,000 bad nights. He asked me to walk him through everything again, from the moment I noticed the open door, and I did. My voice steadier now, but my mind racing with questions I knew he would not answer. Detective Ruiz kept me at the scene for 3 more hours, going over my statement again and again until I could recite it in my sleep. Around midnight, he finally told me what they had found, or rather, what they had not found. The Donnelly family was gone, all 4 of them, with no indication of where they went or why. But there was blood. Not a lot, he said, just enough to worry about. A smear on the kitchen counter, droplets on the basement stairs, and a trail of footprints leading out the back door into the yard. The prints were from heavy boots, size 11 or 12, and they led about 40 feet into the snow before the storm had erased them completely. No bodies, no signs of a struggle beyond that overturned chair, no forced entry on any door or window. Their cars were still in the garage, a Subaru Outback and a Ford pickup, keys hanging on the hook by the kitchen door. Wallets, phones, coats, all still inside the house. Whoever left through that back door had walked out into a blizzard dressed for winter, but the Donnellys had apparently vanished in whatever they were wearing to Christmas dinner. Ruiz asked me if I had seen anyone unusual in the neighborhood lately, any strangers or unfamiliar vehicles. I told him no, and that was the truth, though I would spend the next weeks replaying every mundane detail of the past month searching for something I might have missed. The case exploded across local news by Christmas morning, and by the 26th, it had gone national. A family of 4 vanishing on Christmas Eve. A holiday dinner abandoned mid-meal. Bloody footprints leading nowhere. It was the kind of story that cable news channels devour. Reporters descended on Birchwood Lane like locusts, their vans lining both sides of the street. Satellite dishes pointed at the gray winter sky. I made the mistake of answering my door once, thinking it was another detective, and found myself facing a woman with a microphone and a cameraman already recording. I slammed the door without a word, but they had enough footage to run my face on the evening broadcast alongside the caption, "Neighbor who discovered scene." My phone rang constantly with numbers I did not recognize, journalists, true crime podcasters, people claiming to be psychics who wanted to help. I unplugged my landline and let my cell die, watching the circus outside through a gap in my curtains. The Donnelly house sat dark now, sealed with police tape, and I could not stop staring at it at that front door I had walked through, wondering what had happened in the hours before I noticed it standing open. The surveillance footage surfaced 3 days after Christmas, leaked to a local station before police could control the narrative. A neighbor 2 houses down from the Donnellys had one of those doorbell cameras, and it had captured something that made the story even more disturbing. The footage showed a figure approaching the Donnelly home around 2 in the afternoon on Christmas Eve. Hours before dinner would have been served, hours before I saw that open door. The person was bundled in a dark winter coat, hood pulled up, face obscured by a scarf and the angle of the camera. They walked with purpose, no hesitation, straight up the driveway and to the front door. The door opened before they even knocked. Someone inside had let them in willingly, which meant the Donnellys knew this person, or at least expected them. The footage had no audio, just that grainy, silent image of a figure disappearing into a house where 4 people would later vanish. Police released a statement asking the public for help identifying the individual, but the winter gear made it impossible. Could have been anyone, any gender, any age. I watched that clip dozens of times on my laptop, pausing and rewinding, trying to see something in the way they moved that might spark recognition. I never did, but I noticed something else that the news reports did not mention. The figure was carrying a small duffel bag, the kind you might take to a gym, and when they entered the house, that bag went with them. Detective Ruiz called me in for a second interview on New Year's Eve, and the tone had shifted in a way that made my palms sweat. The questions were no longer about what I had seen that night. They were about me. How well did I know the Donnellys? Had I ever been inside their home before? What was my relationship with Christine? Did I have any financial troubles, any grudges, any reason to wish harm on that family? I answered everything as calmly as I could, but I understood what was happening. I was the one who found the scene, the one who called it in. The divorced man spending Christmas alone with a bottle of bourbon and no alibi beyond my own word. In true crime stories, the person who discovers the body is always the first suspect. Ruiz did not accuse me of anything directly, but he mentioned that my footprints were found inside the house, that my fingerprints were on the dining room doorframe where I had steadied myself while staring at that abandoned meal. He asked if I would be willing to provide a DNA sample, and I said yes immediately because I had nothing to hide. But walking out of that police station, I felt eyes on me. Officers glancing up from their desks, a receptionist who looked away too quickly. I was no longer just a witness. I had become a person of interest, and in a case this public, that distinction could ruin a life. The harassment started subtly at first, then escalated into something I could not ignore. Anonymous messages flooded my work email, accusing me of involvement, demanding I confess to what I had done to that poor family. Someone spray-painted the word killer across my garage door in red letters 3 feet tall, and when I reported it to police, the officer who responded looked at me like I had done it myself for sympathy. My employer suggested I take a leave of absence until things calmed down, a polite way of saying my presence had become a liability. I stopped going outside during daylight hours, timing my grocery runs for late nights when the parking lots were empty. A true crime forum online had dedicated an entire thread to analyzing my 911 call, dissecting my word choices, my pauses, the slight tremor in my voice when I described the dining room table. Armchair detectives declared me guilty based on nothing but gut feelings and the grainy screenshot of my face from that first news broadcast. One night, I found a man parked outside my house taking photographs of my windows. When I confronted him, he said he was a blogger working on a documentary about the case, and he asked me point blank if I had killed the Donnellys. I told him to leave before I called the police, and he actually laughed, and said the police were probably just waiting for enough evidence to arrest me. I went back inside and sat in the dark for hours, wondering if this was what the rest of my life would look like. The break in the case came in mid-February, and it did not come from brilliant detective work or a dramatic confession. A hiker found human remains in a state park 60 miles north of our neighborhood, partially buried beneath snow and frozen leaves. Dental records confirmed what everyone feared. It was the Donnelly family, all 4 of them, buried together in a shallow grave. The cause of death was blunt force trauma, and investigators estimated they had been killed on Christmas Eve, likely within hours of sitting down for that holiday dinner. The news hit me like a physical blow, even though I had known deep down that they were not coming back. But the discovery also brought answers that finally shifted attention away from me. DNA evidence at the burial site matched a man named Curtis Bellamy, Christine Donnelly's estranged brother, who had been released from a psychiatric facility in Ohio just 3 weeks before Christmas. He had a history of violent episodes, a restraining order that Christine had filed against him years ago, and a documented obsession with what he believed was his rightful share of their deceased parents' estate. The 5th place setting at the dinner table suddenly made terrible sense. They had invited him, or perhaps he had invited himself, hoping to reconcile during the holidays. Whatever happened at that table had ended with 4 people dead and Curtis walking out the back door into a blizzard, carrying whatever evidence he could fit in that duffel bag. They arrested Curtis Bellamy at a motel in Wisconsin 3 days after the bodies were found, still wearing the same winter coat from the surveillance footage, still carrying identification belonging to Patrick Donnelly. He confessed to everything within hours of his arrest, showing no remorse, describing the murders in clinical detail that the newspapers mercifully did not print. The case was closed, the media moved on to the next tragedy, and Birchwood Lane slowly returned to its catalog-perfect quietness. But nothing returned to normal for me. I sold my house that spring, took a job in a different state, and started over in a city where nobody knew my face or my name. Sometimes I still dream about that open door, that rectangle of yellow light spilling onto the snow, and I wake up with my heart pounding and the taste of copper in my mouth. I did the right thing that night. I called for help when something looked wrong, and it nearly destroyed my life anyway. The Donnellys are buried in a cemetery I have never visited, and Curtis Bellamy is serving 4 consecutive life sentences in a prison I try not to think about. But what stays with me, what I cannot shake even now, is that moment of hesitation on my porch before I walked over. I almost did not go. I almost convinced myself it was none of my business, that the door would close on its own, that whatever was happening in that house was not my concern. If I had turned around and gone back inside, poured another glass of bourbon, and minded my own business, I would have slept peacefully that night. The Donnellys would still be dead, but I would not have known. And some nights, in my weaker moments, I wonder if that ignorance might have been a mercy. My mother called on December 21st, 2017, and the first thing she said was that Uncle Ray had left specific instructions in his will. Not hello, not how are you, not even an acknowledgement that we had not spoken in almost 3 years. Just his name and the word instructions, and then silence on the line while she waited for me to respond. I was sitting in my cubicle at the accounting firm in Boston, staring at spreadsheets I no longer cared about, when her number appeared on my phone. She explained that everyone was coming home for Christmas dinner. Everyone, she repeated, as if that word carried some terrible weight. My cousin Wade, my Aunt Francine, my Uncle Teddy, people I had not seen since before I graduated high school in 2009. Uncle Ray wanted us all together one last time, she said, and something in her voice made me grip the edge of my desk until my knuckles turned white. He had died 3 weeks earlier under circumstances nobody would explain to me over the phone, and now I was being summoned back to the farmhouse outside Albany that I swore I would never see again. I drove through a snowstorm on the evening of December 24th, Route 9 disappearing into a wall of white ahead of my headlights. The family farmhouse sits about 40 miles from the city, this massive Victorian structure my great-grandfather built when he emigrated from Poland in the 1920s. 3 stories of dark wood and strange angles, a house that always seemed to be watching you no matter which window you looked at. I pulled into the gravel driveway around 6 and counted the cars already there. My mother's old Buick, a silver pickup I did not recognize, Aunt Francine's black Mercedes, and a beat-up Jeep that had to belong to Wade. My family is not the kind that hugs at the door and says they missed you. We are the kind that holds grudges across generations, that remembers every slight and perceived insult, that communicates through cold silences and glances sharp enough to draw blood. Uncle Ray had been the only one who tried to keep us civilized, who made phone calls on birthdays and forced us into the same room once a year. Now he was gone, and somehow his death had pulled us all back together, like gravity dragging debris toward a black hole. I sat in my car with the engine running, watching shadows move behind the yellow-lit windows, and tried to remember how to breathe. My mother opened the front door before I even reached the porch steps, and the look on her face told me everything I needed to know about how this night was going to go. She had aged badly in the years since I last saw her, deep lines around her mouth, gray streaking through hair that used to be auburn, a thinness to her frame that made her look brittle. "Elliot," she said, not moving to embrace me, just stepping aside to let me into the hallway. "You came." The way she said it made it sound like an accusation rather than a greeting. The house smelled exactly as I remembered, old wood, dust, and something underneath that I could never quite identify, like copper or rust. I heard voices from the dining room, low and tense, and my mother grabbed my arm before I could move toward them. "Your uncle's death," she whispered, her fingers digging into my sleeve. "Do not bring it up, do not ask questions. Just get through dinner and then we can talk privately." She released me and walked toward the kitchen without another word, leaving me standing alone in the hallway with my suitcase and a growing sense that I had made a terrible mistake by coming here. The dining room was a museum of family dysfunction frozen in time. Aunt Francine sat at one end of the long oak table, her jewelry catching the chandelier light, her face arranged into an expression of polite contempt. She was my father's sister, and she had never forgiven my mother for marrying him, for reasons that shifted depending on who you asked. Across from her sat Uncle Teddy, Ray's younger brother, a heavy man with red-rimmed eyes who was already working on what looked like his 3rd or 4th glass of whiskey. My cousin Wade stood by the window, 23 years old and looking like he had not slept in weeks, his flannel shirt untucked and his beard grown wild. There was a woman I did not recognize sitting near the fireplace, mid-40s, blonde hair pulled back tight, watching everyone with the sharp attention of someone cataloging details for later use. "That is Gail," Wade said when he noticed me staring. "Uncle Ray's girlfriend, or whatever she was." The woman named Gail did not react to this, just kept watching, her hands folded in her lap. Nobody stood up to greet me. Nobody smiled. The tension in that room was so thick it felt like walking into water, and I understood immediately that whatever had brought us all here, it was not grief. Dinner began at 7, and for the first hour we performed the rituals of a normal family gathering while pretending not to hate each other. My mother brought out the turkey, the mashed potatoes, the green bean casserole that nobody ever ate. Aunt Francine made small talk about her vacation home in Florida. Uncle Teddy poured himself another whiskey and stared at his plate without eating. Wade kept checking his phone under the table, his leg bouncing with nervous energy. And Gail just watched. She barely touched her food, barely spoke, but her eyes moved from face to face like she was solving a puzzle none of us could see. Tried to ask about Uncle Ray once, just a simple question about the funeral arrangements, and the entire table went silent. My mother shot me a look that could have frozen boiling water. The funeral was private, Aunt Francine said, her voice clipped and final. Ray wanted it that way. I noticed that she said wanted, not would have wanted, as if Ray had somehow planned his own death. The conversation moved on to safer topics, the weather, the stock market, Wade's job at the auto shop, but the silence around Ray's name hung over us like smoke that would not clear. Around 9 o'clock, Uncle Teddy finally broke. He had been drinking steadily since I arrived, his face growing redder with each glass, and I could see something building behind his eyes like pressure in a sealed container. We were sitting in the living room by then, spread across the old couches and armchairs, pretending to enjoy coffee and pie while the snow piled up outside the windows. "I want to know," Teddy said suddenly, his words slurring together. "Which one of you did it?" The room went absolutely still. My mother set down her coffee cup with a click that sounded like a gunshot in the silence. "Teddy," she said, her voice carrying a warning. "Not tonight." But Teddy was beyond warnings now. He stood up, swaying slightly, and pointed a thick finger at Aunt Francine. "You hated him. You hated him because he knew what you did with Dad's money after he died. You think I forgot about that?" Francine's face turned to stone, but I saw something flicker in her eyes. Not guilt exactly, but fear. "Sit down, Theodore," she said. "You are embarrassing yourself." But Teddy was not finished. He turned that accusing finger toward Gail, toward my mother, toward Wade. "One of you killed my brother," he said, and his voice cracked on the last word. "And I am not leaving this house until I find out who." What happened next is still a blur in my memory, pieces of motion and shouting that I have tried to reconstruct 100 times since that night. Aunt Francine stood up so fast, her chair tipped backward and crashed against the floor. Wade moved toward his father like he was going to restrain him, but Teddy shoved him away with surprising strength. My mother was saying something, her voice high and panicked, but I could not make out the words over the blood rushing in my ears. And then Gail spoke for the first time since dinner, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "He is right," she said. Everyone stopped, turned toward her. She was still sitting in the same chair by the fireplace, her hands still folded, her face completely calm. Ray did not die of a heart attack. The coroner's report was falsified. I have a copy, and I have been waiting to see which one of you would crack first. She reached into her purse and pulled out a manila envelope, thick with papers. Someone in this room poisoned him, slowly, over several weeks. And Ray knew it was happening. He knew, and he asked me to help him find out who before it was too late. She looked at each of us in turn, and when her eyes met mine, I felt something cold settle in my chest. "That is why you are all here. Not because of his will, because of his list." I tried to leave after that. I think we all did. But when Wade went to the front door, he found it locked from the outside. Not just locked, but barricaded. A heavy chain wrapped through the handles that had not been there when I arrived. The back door was the same. The windows on the first floor had been nailed shut from the outside, fresh wood bright against the old frames. Someone had prepared this house like a trap, and we had all walked right into it. "This is insane," Wade kept saying, yanking at the front door until the hinges groaned. "This is absolutely insane." My mother had gone pale, leaning against the hallway wall like she might collapse. Aunt Francine was on her phone, but there was no signal. I checked mine too, and found the same thing, 0 bars, the little icon spinning uselessly as it searched for a connection. "The storm," Teddy muttered. But I did not believe that. The storm might have knocked out the cell towers, but it did not explain the chains on the doors. It did not explain the nails in the window frames. Someone had planned this. Someone who knew we would all be here tonight. And as I looked around at my family, at their frightened faces, their suspicious eyes, I realized that the person responsible might be standing right next to me. Gail spread the contents of the manila envelope across the dining room table, and we gathered around it like mourners at a grave. There were medical records, bank statements, photographs, handwritten notes in Ray's cramped script that I recognized from the birthday cards he used to send me. The coroner's report showed cause of death as cardiac arrest, but attached to it was a toxicology screen that told a different story. Elevated levels of digoxin, a heart medication that Ray had never been prescribed. In small doses, it would have mimicked the symptoms of a weak heart. In larger doses, accumulated over weeks, it would have killed him. He started feeling sick in October, Gail said, her finger tracing the dates on one of the documents. Dizzy spells, nausea, confusion. His doctor could not find anything wrong, but Ray was a careful man. He saved samples of everything he ate and drank for the last month of his life, and he had them tested privately. She pulled out another sheet, a lab report showing digoxin traces in a bottle of whiskey, the same brand I could see sitting on the sideboard right now. Someone was dosing his liquor, someone who had access to this house, to his things, to his trust. She looked up at us, and there was something almost like satisfaction in her expression. Ray narrowed it down to 5 people. The 5 people in this room, not counting myself. The accusations came fast after that, years of buried resentment erupting like infection from a wound. Aunt Francine turned on my mother first, her voice shaking with fury. "You were here every week. You brought him groceries. You cleaned his house. You had more access than anyone." My mother fired back without hesitation. "I loved Ray. I was the only one who visited him after your husband left, and you were too ashamed to show your face. Where were you, Francine, when he needed family?" Wade started shouting about money, about how Ray had promised to help him buy into a business partnership, and then suddenly changed his mind 2 months before he died. Uncle Teddy threw a glass against the wall, whiskey and shattered crystal spraying across the floor, screaming that he would kill whoever did this with his bare hands. And through all of it, Gail just watched, her eyes moving from person to person, cataloging every reaction. I stayed quiet, pressed against the wall near the doorway, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. These were people I had known my entire life, people who had held me as a baby and attended my high school graduation. The idea that one of them could be a murderer seemed impossible. But someone had locked us in this house. Someone had poisoned that whiskey. And someone, I was starting to realize, had specifically made sure that I would be here tonight to witness whatever was about to happen. It was Wade who finally turned on me, his face twisted with something between fear and accusation. "Why are you even here, Elliot? You have not talked to any of us in years. You did not come to Thanksgiving, you did not come to Grandma's funeral. But suddenly Uncle Ray dies, and you drive through a blizzard to show up." I opened my mouth to defend myself, but Gail cut in before I could speak. "Because Ray asked for him specifically," she said, pulling one last document from the envelope. "This is a letter Ray wrote 2 weeks before he died. He wanted Elliot here because Elliot is the only one he trusted to be impartial. The only one with no stake in his money, no old grudges, no reason to want him dead." She handed me the letter, and I recognized Ray's handwriting immediately. The same cramped letters from all those birthday cards, but shakier now, weaker. The letter explained everything. Ray knew he was dying, he knew someone in the family was responsible, and he wanted me to find out who, because I was the only one who had stayed away long enough to see clearly. "You are my witness, Elliot," the letter said. "You are the one who can look at this family without all the history clouding your eyes. Find the truth. Make them answer for what they did to me." My hands trembled as I read those words, and I understood finally why my mother's voice had sounded so strange on the phone. She had known. They had all known that Ray was setting a trap, and I was the bait. The confrontation that followed lasted until almost midnight, and by the end of it, the truth had come out in pieces, ugly, jagged pieces that cut everyone they touched. It was Aunt Francine, not acting alone but with help from my mother, the two of them working together despite decades of hatred because they shared one thing in common: desperation. Francine had embezzled nearly $200,000 from my grandfather's estate after he died, money that Ray had discovered and threatened to expose. My mother had been helping her hide it, taking a cut in exchange for her silence, using it to pay off debts she had never told anyone about. When Ray started asking questions, started pulling bank records and making phone calls, they panicked. The digoxin was Francine's idea. She had a prescription for her own heart condition, and she knew how to make it look natural. My mother provided the access, visiting Ray every week, bringing groceries, replacing his whiskey bottles with the poisoned ones Francine prepared. They thought no one would ever know. They thought Ray would just slip away quietly like an old man dying of a weak heart. But Ray had been smarter than them, more careful, and even from beyond the grave he had found a way to make them face what they had done. Gail had called the police before any of us arrived. That was the final piece of Ray's plan. She had contacted the state police that morning, given them copies of all the evidence, and told them exactly when and where to find us. The chains on the doors, the nails in the windows, those had been her doing too, installed while we were all distracted with dinner, a way to make sure nobody could run before the truth came out. The officers arrived around 1 in the morning, their cars cutting through the snow with lights flashing blue and red against the white drifts. I watched from the living room window as they cut through the chains, as they came inside, and read my mother and Aunt Francine their rights. My mother did not look at me as they led her out. She kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, her face empty, like something inside her had finally broken. Francine was crying, ugly heaving sobs that shook her whole body, but I could not find any sympathy for her. I kept thinking about Uncle Ray, about those birthday cards he sent every year even when I never called him back, about how he died slowly over weeks knowing that the people killing him were the same people who were supposed to love him. He deserved better than this family. He deserved so much better. I drove back to Boston 2 days later after giving my statement to the police and watching the house get sealed as a crime scene. Wade and I shared a meal at a diner off the highway before I left, neither of us saying much, both of us trying to process what our family had become. Uncle Teddy checked himself into a facility for his drinking. The shock of everything had finally pushed him to admit he needed help. Gail disappeared after the arrests, and I never found out what happened to her or what her relationship with Ray had really been. Maybe she loved him. Maybe she was just someone he hired to execute his final plan. I do not know, and at this point, I am not sure it matters. My mother is serving 12 years for conspiracy to commit murder. Aunt Francine got 15. I have not visited either of them, and I do not think I ever will. Sometimes I take out that letter Ray wrote me, the one asking me to be his witness, and I read it again just to remind myself that someone in my family once thought I was worth trusting. That Christmas was 7 years ago now, and I still cannot hear carols on the radio without feeling sick to my stomach. But I found the truth, just like Ray asked me to. I gave him that much at least. I gave him justice, even if I lost everything else in the process. My cubicle on the 5th floor looked like every other desk in our Philadelphia marketing firm that December. Cheap tinsel taped to the partition walls, a sad little fake tree someone bought at the dollar store, candy canes nobody wanted sitting in a bowl. I had just turned 26 a month before, still getting used to being a real adult, with a steady job and a 1-bedroom apartment in Fishtown that I shared with my cat Gus, this judgmental gray tabby, who stared at me like I disappointed him daily. My routine was painfully predictable in the best way. Catch the train downtown, spend 8 hours editing promotional copy, train home, feed Gus, scroll through Netflix until I passed out. I barely existed online, maybe an Instagram story once a week, a random tweet here and there complaining about SEPTA delays. I liked being anonymous, just another face in a city of millions where nobody really pays attention to anyone. That comfortable invisibility was something I treasured without realizing it. I had no reason to think anyone noticed me at all, let alone tracked my movements, memorized my habits, studied me like I was something to be figured out. The first package arrived on my desk December 18, 2023. and it shattered every assumption I had about being invisible. It was waiting for me after lunch, sitting right next to my keyboard like someone had placed it there with care. Emerald green wrapping paper, a gold satin ribbon tied in a perfect bow, the kind of gift presentation that takes effort, that someone spends time on. A small tag attached read, "For Natalie," in neat handwriting, almost calligraphy. I asked Denise in the cubicle next to mine if she saw who dropped it off, but she had been in a meeting all morning. I figured it was a vendor gift, maybe someone being friendly before the holidays. The wrapping was too pretty to tear, so I slid my finger under the seams carefully and opened the box inside. A burgundy cashmere scarf, incredibly soft, clearly expensive. For about 3 seconds, I thought it was a lovely gesture from someone. Then I recognized it. Not a similar scarf, that exact scarf. Same brand, same deep wine color, same delicate fringe pattern at the ends. I had worn one identical to it that very morning on my commute, pulled it off when I reached the warm office and stuffed it in my bag. I dug through my purse with slightly unsteady hands and pulled out my scarf, held them together. They matched perfectly. I sat there for a full minute trying to convince myself it was just a popular item, a coincidence, nothing to freak out about. I shoved both scarves in my desk drawer and went back to work. I wish I'd listened to that knot forming in my chest instead of ignoring it. The second package came 2 days later, December 20th, same beautiful wrapping, same careful handwriting on the tag. This time I didn't open it at my desk. I took it to the break room where nobody was around and sat down at the corner table, my coffee going cold beside me. Inside the box was a bottle of perfume, Chloe Nomad, the exact one I had sampled at Sephora 3 weeks earlier on a random Saturday. I remembered that day clearly because I had posted an Instagram story about it. Just a quick clip of me spraying it on my wrist with a caption saying something stupid like, "Treat myself" or "Nah." I never bought it. Too expensive for my budget, and I deleted the story after 24 hours like they all do. But someone had seen it, remembered it, gone out and purchased a full bottle just to give to me anonymously. My mind started racing through possibilities. A coworker who followed me online, maybe someone from college I forgot about, an old acquaintance being weird but harmless. I wanted so badly for there to be a normal explanation. I checked my Instagram followers, scrolled through the list of 200-something people, and nobody stood out as suspicious. Everyone looked familiar enough. Friends of friends, people from high school. A few random accounts I must have accepted without thinking. I went to building security that afternoon, feeling a little embarrassed, like I was overreacting. The guard at the front desk was this older guy named Vince who always said good morning to everyone. I showed him the gifts, explained the situation, and watched his face shift from concern to something closer to amusement. He said it sounded like a secret admirer, probably someone in the building who had a crush but was too shy to say anything directly. Told me it was actually kind of sweet if I thought about it. I wanted to argue, to explain that sweet would be leaving a card or asking me to coffee, not replicating my exact belongings and tracking my social media. But I felt stupid, like maybe I was being paranoid and dramatic. Vince said he would keep an eye out, check the visitor logs, see if anyone unfamiliar had been coming to our floor. He wrote down my name and extension in a little notebook and promised to call if he noticed anything. I thanked him and went back to my desk feeling worse than before. Not better. There is something uniquely isolating about being scared and having someone tell you there is nothing to be scared of. It makes you question your own instincts. Wonder if you are the crazy one. I spent the rest of that day looking at every man in the office differently, studying their faces when they walked past my cubicle, searching for some sign that one of them was watching me back. December 22nd was the day everything changed from unsettling to terrifying. The third package was larger than the others, flat and rectangular like a picture frame. Same green paper, same gold ribbon, same elegant tag with my name. I took it to the bathroom this time, locked myself in a stall and opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was a piece of paper, the kind kids use in elementary school, thick and slightly textured. On it was a drawing done in crayon, clearly made by a child based on the wobbly lines and simple shapes. But what the drawing showed made me grab the stall wall to keep myself upright. It was a floor plan of my apartment. Not a rough guess, An accurate layout showing my front door, the living room, the kitchen to the left, the bathroom, my bedroom in the back. Whoever drew this knew where my couch sat, where my small dining table was positioned, even the window by my bed. Red arrows pointed to different spots with labels in adult handwriting, neat and precise. Front door, deadbolt only by the entrance. Fire escape, window unlocked, by my bedroom. Back entrance, too easy, near the small door in my kitchen that led to the building's shared hallway. I read those words over and over, my brain refusing to process what they meant. Someone had been inside my apartment. Someone had studied how to get in, and they had a child draw it for them like some kind of sick project. I called in sick the next day, December 23rd, and went straight to the police station near my apartment. The officer who took my report was a woman around my age named Colleen, and she at least seemed to take me seriously. I showed her the gifts, explained the timeline, handed over the drawing with the arrows and labels. She examined everything carefully, asked me questions about ex-boyfriends, anyone I had rejected recently, neighbors who acted strange. I had nothing useful to give her. My last relationship ended over a year ago, and it was mutual, no drama. I barely knew my neighbors beyond polite nods in the hallway. Colleen said they would file a report and increase patrols around my block, but without a direct threat or a suspect, there was not much else they could do. She suggested I change my locks, maybe stay with a friend for a few days, keep my phone charged and nearby at all times. I asked her about the drawing, about the fact that someone had clearly been inside my home, and she said it could have been made from looking through windows or even studying the building's layout from public records. She was trying to be reassuring, but I could see something in her eyes that told me she was disturbed too. Before I left, she gave me her card and told me to call immediately if anything else happened. I appreciated her kindness, but walked out of that station feeling completely alone, like I was fighting something invisible that nobody else could see or touch. I spent the rest of December 23rd making my apartment as secure as I possibly could. Called a locksmith who charged me almost $300 to install new deadbolts on both doors and add a chain lock to the front entrance. I bought a cheap security camera online with same-day delivery and set it up in my living room facing the front door. Checked every single window, locked them all, even wedged wooden dowels in the tracks so they could not be forced open from outside. I pushed my heavy bookshelf in front of the kitchen door that led to the shared hallway, the one the drawing had labeled "Too Easy." Gus watched me move furniture around like I had lost my mind, meowing in confusion at the chaos. My mom called that evening to confirm Christmas plans, and I lied. Told her I was feeling under the weather and might not make the drive to her place in Lancaster. I could not explain any of this to her without causing a panic, and part of me still hoped it would just stop, that whoever was doing this would get bored and move on. I barely slept that night. Every creak in the old building made me sit up in bed, heart pounding, staring at my bedroom door. I kept my phone on the pillow next to me with Colleen's number saved and 911 ready to dial. The hours crawled by like something heavy dragging itself across the floor. Christmas Eve morning came gray and cold, the sky outside my window threatening snow that the forecast had been predicting all week. I made coffee and sat on my couch with Gus curled up beside me, watching the security camera feed on my phone, even though I was sitting right there in the same room it was recording. Nothing had happened overnight. The new locks were untouched, the windows still sealed, the bookshelf still blocking the back door. For a few hours I let myself believe that maybe the locksmith and the police report had been enough, that whoever this was had realized I was taking it seriously and decided to back off. I even texted my mom saying I was feeling better and would try to come for dinner the next day. Around noon I took a shower, the first time I had relaxed in days, letting the hot water wash away some of the tension knotted in my shoulders and neck. I remember thinking that I was going to be okay, that the worst was probably over. I dried off, got dressed in comfortable clothes, and walked back into my living room ready to spend a quiet day watching holiday movies and pretending everything was normal. That is when I saw it. Sitting on my coffee table right next to the mug I had left there an hour before was a gift wrapped in emerald green paper with a gold ribbon tied in a perfect bow. I did not scream. I did not run. I just stood there in my hallway with wet hair dripping onto my shoulders, staring at that box like it might explode if I moved. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else as I walked slowly toward the coffee table, my eyes scanning the room for any sign of how this was possible. The front door was still locked, chain still in place. I checked the windows without touching them, all sealed, dowels still wedged in the tracks. The bookshelf was exactly where I had pushed it against the kitchen door. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the security camera footage, rewinding through the last hour with shaking fingers. Nothing. The camera showed my empty living room, Gus sleeping on the couch, no movement at all until I appeared on screen walking out of the bathroom. But the gift was there. It was right there on my table in a spot the camera should have captured perfectly, and the footage showed nothing being placed there. I watched it 3 times, 4 times, looking for a glitch, a skip, anything that would explain how a package materialized in my locked apartment without being recorded. The timestamp ran continuously with no gaps. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality, like the rules of how the world worked had suddenly stopped applying to my life. I should have called the police right then. I should have grabbed Gus and run out the door and never looked back. But there was something pulling me toward that box, some horrible need to know what was inside after everything I had been through. I sat down on the couch and pulled the gift onto my lap, my whole body vibrating with fear. The wrapping paper felt the same as all the others, smooth and expensive. I pulled the ribbon loose and tore through the paper without caring about being careful anymore. Inside was a white cardboard box, and inside that was tissue paper folded neatly around something solid. I peeled back the tissue and felt my entire chest seize up when I recognized what I was looking at. It was a knife from my own kitchen, the large chef's knife I used to chop vegetables, the one that should have been sitting in the block on my counter. I turned to look at my kitchen and saw the empty slot where the knife belonged. Whoever had been in my apartment took my own knife, wrapped it like a Christmas present, and left it for me to find. Tucked beneath the blade was a small card, the same creamy paper and elegant handwriting as all the tags before. I pulled it out and read the words printed there in perfect script. I chose the perfect gift. I just needed to test how close I could get. I called 911 and 2 officers arrived within 15 minutes. They searched my entire apartment, checked the roof access, questioned neighbors, examined every possible entry point. Nothing was forced, nothing was broken, no signs of tampering with the locks I had just paid to install. One of the officers, a guy named Danny who looked almost as unnerved as I felt, suggested that maybe someone had a key from before I changed the locks and made a copy. But I had watched the locksmith install completely new hardware, not just rekey the existing locks. The frames were untouched, the windows had not been opened. They took the knife and the note as evidence, dusted for fingerprints on the box and wrapping paper, and told me they would be in contact. Colleen showed up about an hour later, off duty but concerned after hearing the dispatch. She helped me pack a bag and drove me to my mom's house in Lancaster herself, not wanting me to take the train alone. I spent Christmas Day jumping at every sound, unable to eat, unable to explain to my confused mother why I looked like I had not slept in a week. I told her there had been a break-in and I was shaken up. She did not push for details and I was grateful for that. Gus sat on my lap the entire day, sensing something was wrong, refusing to leave my side. The investigation went nowhere. No fingerprints on anything except mine. No suspicious footage from nearby businesses or traffic cameras. No witnesses who saw anyone entering or leaving my building. The police interviewed everyone in my office, everyone in my apartment complex, even tracked down a few of my Instagram followers who lived in the Philadelphia area. Nothing. Whoever did this knew exactly how to avoid being seen, how to move through my life without leaving a trace. I never went back to that apartment. Had movers pack up my stuff while I stayed in Lancaster with my mom, eventually found a new place across the city with a doorman and security cameras in every hallway. It has been almost a year now, and nothing else has happened. No gifts, no notes, no signs that anyone is watching me. But I still check my locks 4 times before bed. I still look at every stranger on the train wondering if they know things about me they should not. I never found out who it was, or why they chose me or what they were testing for. That last part haunts me the most, that word, testing. like I was phase 1 of something bigger, like they were practicing before moving on to whatever comes next. Sometimes I wonder if they found someone else to watch, someone who does not know yet that their invisibility is just an illusion. And sometimes, late at night when I cannot sleep, I wonder if they ever really stopped watching me at all. My brother Craig and I had spent years promising each other we would fix what time and distance had broken. After graduating in 2009 and drifting apart through jobs, failed relationships, and the kind of silence that grows between siblings who forget how to talk, we finally made a real commitment. December 2024 was supposed to be our reset. Our parents were both gone. Dad from a stroke when I was still finishing school. Mom 4 years later from pneumonia that took her faster than any of us expected. And Craig was the only family I had left. I stood in my kitchen in Cedar Falls, Iowa that morning, sliding cinnamon rolls into the oven while my phone sat propped against the coffee maker, waiting for the text that would tell me he had left Minneapolis. He was supposed to arrive by noon. By 1, I assumed he had stopped for coffee somewhere. By 3, I figured traffic or a flat tire. By 6, when darkness had swallowed the Iowa plains and those cinnamon rolls sat cold and untouched, I knew in my gut that something had gone terribly wrong. Craig was not the type to vanish. Craig called if he was going to be 5 minutes late. That was just who he was. I dialed the police around 7:30, standing by my window and watching the snow fall in thick sheets across the empty street. The dispatcher who answered sounded like she had already handled dozens of similar calls that week, her voice flat and mechanical as she asked for his name, his age, his vehicle description. I gave her everything. Craig Weston, 41, driving a dark blue Subaru Outback with Minnesota plates, and waited for her to tell me what to do next. Instead, she explained that adults disappear during the holidays all the time, that people change their minds about family gatherings, that sometimes they just need a break. I wanted to scream at her that Craig did not need a break, that Craig had driven 4 hours specifically because he wanted to be here. But my voice came out steady and calm in a way that surprised me. She told me to wait 48 hours before filing an official report, standard procedure, and wished me a Merry Christmas before hanging up. I stood there in the dark, the phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the dial tone while the Christmas tree lights blinked their stupid cheerful colors against the wall. I did not sleep that night. I sat on the couch and called his number every 15 minutes until the battery on my phone dropped to single digits, and every single time it went to voicemail, his familiar voice asking me to leave a message. The package arrived on December 27th, 2 days after Christmas, dropped on my doorstep by a mail carrier, who had no idea what he was delivering. I almost did not notice it at first. A plain brown padded envelope with no return address, my name and address printed in neat block letters that looked like they had come from a standard office printer. I brought it inside and set it on the kitchen counter, assuming it was a late holiday gift from some distant relative or maybe something Craig had ordered for me before he disappeared. When I tore it open and tipped the contents onto the counter, my legs nearly gave out beneath me. His wallet landed first, the brown leather one I had given him 3 birthdays ago, worn soft at the edges from years in his back pocket. Then his watch, a silver Seiko with a scratched face that had belonged to our father. And finally, a single sheet of paper, a grainy black and white photograph printed on regular copy paper, showing what was unmistakably his Subaru pulled onto the shoulder of a dark highway, headlights still on, timestamp in the corner reading December 24th, 2024, 2:14 a.m. I called the police again, and this time they listened. 2 officers showed up at my house within the hour, a man and a woman who introduced themselves as Detective Ruiz and Detective Ames, and the way their faces changed when I showed them the contents of that envelope told me everything I needed to know. This was not a man who had decided to skip Christmas with his sister. This was something else entirely. Detective Ruiz, a stocky man with gray at his temples and deep lines around his mouth, asked me to walk him through everything again from the beginning while his partner photographed the wallet, the watch, the printed image. He asked if Craig had any enemies, any debts, any reason someone might want to hurt him. And I shook my head at every question because Craig was the most boring person I knew in the best possible way. He worked as an accountant, paid his taxes early, called our mom every Sunday until the day she died. He did not have enemies. He had a small apartment in Minneapolis, a cat named Oliver, and a standing reservation at the same Thai restaurant every Friday night. Detective Ames picked up the photograph with gloved fingers and studied it closely, her brow furrowing as she examined the timestamp. She asked me if I recognized the highway, and I told her I did not, but something in her expression made me think she did. 3 days later, Detective Ames called me at 6 in the morning and asked if I could come down to the station. Her voice had a different quality than before, tight and careful, like she was choosing every word deliberately. When I arrived, she led me to a small conference room where a corkboard had been set up against the wall, covered in photographs and maps and red string connecting points I did not yet understand. She sat me down and told me that the highway in the photograph was a rural stretch of Route 63, about 40 miles south of Rochester, Minnesota, a lonely corridor of farmland and forest that Craig would have taken as a shortcut to avoid holiday traffic on the interstate. Then she told me something that made the room feel like it was spinning. Over the past 5 years, 4 other people had disappeared along that same stretch of highway, all of them on Christmas Eve, all of them traveling alone. A sales representative from Duluth in 2018, a nursing student from Eau Claire in 2015, a retired teacher from Sioux Falls in 2016, a truck driver from Fargo in 2017. All of them had vanished without a trace, their vehicles found abandoned on the shoulder with signs of abrupt stops, keys still in the ignition, personal belongings left behind, no evidence of where they had gone or why they had pulled over in the first place. I sat there staring at that corkboard, at the faces of 4 strangers who had driven down the same road my brother had driven, on the same night my brother had driven it, and I felt something cold settle into my chest. Detective Ames explained that the cases had never been connected before because they crossed multiple jurisdictions, different counties, different states, different law enforcement agencies who had each treated them as isolated incidents. A man decides to walk away from his life on Christmas Eve, starts fresh somewhere new, happens more often than people think. But now, with the package that had arrived at my door, everything had changed. Whoever had taken Craig wanted me to know. Wanted someone to know. The photograph, the wallet, the watch. It was not a ransom demand or a taunt. It was a signature. Detective Ames looked at me with an expression I will never forget, a mixture of professional detachment and something that looked almost like fear. And she told me that they had contacted the FBI. This was no longer a missing persons case. This was a serial abduction investigation, and my brother was the 5th known victim of someone who had been hunting along that highway for half a decade, selecting people who were alone and vulnerable on the one night of the year when nobody would notice them missing until it was far too late. They found Craig's Subaru on January 2nd, hidden in a cluster of trees about 200 yards off the highway, down a dirt access road that led to an abandoned grain elevator. I was not there when they discovered it, but Detective Ames called me within the hour, and I could hear the strain in her voice as she described what they had found. The driver's side door was hanging open, the interior light long dead from draining the battery. There were deep gouges in the dashboard where something or someone had scratched at the plastic with enough force to leave marks. The driver's seat was pushed all the way back, as if Craig had been trying to create distance between himself and something in front of him. And on the passenger seat, placed almost carefully, was his cell phone, the screen shattered into a spiderweb of cracks but still intact. When the forensic team powered it on, they found that the last thing Craig had done before whatever happened to him was open his camera app. He had taken a photograph at 2:16 a.m. on Christmas Eve, 2 minutes after the highway camera had captured his car on the shoulder. The image was blurry, shot in darkness with the flash on, but you could make out a shape standing at the edge of the headlight beam. A figure in dark clothing, tall and thin, one arm raised as if waving him down. The FBI released that photograph to the media 3 days later, and within 48 hours, my brother's disappearance was national news. I remember sitting in my living room watching a CNN anchor describe the Christmas Eve highway abductions. That was what they were calling it now, a name that would be printed on magazine covers and documentary thumbnails for years to come, while a picture of Craig smiled out from the corner of the screen. They showed the blurry figure from his phone, enhanced and analyzed by experts who all agreed it appeared to be a male, approximately 6 feet tall, wearing what looked like a heavy coat and some kind of hat or hood. Tip lines were flooded with calls. Amateur detectives on Reddit began mapping the previous disappearances, drawing circles and calculating distances, theorizing about hunting grounds and cooling-off periods. My phone rang constantly. Reporters wanting interviews, true crime podcasters asking for exclusive access, distant relatives I had not spoken to in years suddenly desperate to reconnect. I stopped answering. I unplugged my landline and let my cell go to voicemail, and sat in the dark with the curtains drawn, watching the news cycle chew through my brother's life like it was content, like it was entertainment, like Craig was not a real person who had driven down a dark road to spend Christmas with his sister and never arrived. The break in the case came on January 15th, and it came from the most unexpected place. A woman named Beverly Tate, 67 years old, lived in a farmhouse about 3 miles from where they had found Craig's Subaru. She had been watching the news coverage like everyone else, and something about the blurry photograph from Craig's phone had nagged at her for days until she finally realized why it looked familiar. She called the FBI tip line and told them that she had seen that same figure on multiple occasions over the years, always in December, always late at night, walking along the shoulder of Route 63 with a gas can in his hand. She had assumed he was a stranded motorist, had even thought about stopping to help once or twice, but something about the way he moved had always made her decide against it. He walked too slowly, she said, like he was waiting for something, like he wanted to be seen. The FBI showed her a series of photographs, and she identified a man named Roy Clement Sutter, 54, a former long-haul trucker who had lost his commercial license in 2012 after a string of traffic violations and had been living off disability checks in a rented cabin about 12 miles from the stretch of highway where all 5 victims had disappeared. When they raided Roy Sutter's cabin on January 17th, they found a nightmare. I was not supposed to know the details. Detective Ames had tried to shield me from the worst of it, but information leaks when a case gets this big. And I eventually learned what they had discovered in that small wooden structure at the end of a dirt road surrounded by nothing but frozen fields and silence. He had kept trophies, wallets, watches, jewelry, photographs, driver's licenses, one item from each of his victims, stored in labeled boxes on a shelf in his bedroom like a collection. Craig's wedding ring was there, the gold band he had kept wearing even after his divorce 3 years ago, because he said it reminded him that he had been loved once. They found journals, too. Decades of handwritten entries detailing what Roy Sutter called his Christmas tradition, his annual gift to himself. He had been doing this longer than anyone had realized. The 5 victims they knew about were only the ones from the past decade. There were references to others, names and dates stretching back to the late 90s, people who had vanished on Christmas Eve along rural highways across 3 states, and whose disappearances had never been connected to anything at all. Roy Sutter killed himself before they could arrest him. The FBI had surrounded his cabin. Negotiators were on bullhorns asking him to come out peacefully, and he put a shotgun under his chin and pulled the trigger, while they were still reading him his rights through a megaphone. I found out from a breaking news alert on my phone, sitting alone in my kitchen at 2 in the morning, because sleep had become something that happened to other people. I did not feel relief. I did not feel closure. I felt a rage so deep and so complete that I could not move for almost an hour. Just sat there with my phone in my lap while the screen dimmed and went dark. He had taken the easy way out. He had escaped the trial, the testimony, the lifetime in a cell where he would have had to face what he had done every single day. And worse than that, he had taken the answers with him. His journals referenced locations, burial sites, places where he had left his victims after he was finished with them, but the entries were written in a kind of personal shorthand that investigators were still trying to decode. They found the remains of 2 people in a root cellar beneath his cabin. Neither of them was Craig. The others, including my brother, were still out there somewhere in the frozen Minnesota countryside, hidden in places only Roy Sutter had known. They recovered Craig's body in March, after the snow melted, and a farmer noticed disturbed earth at the edge of his property line about 8 miles from Sutter's cabin. I identified him by the scar on his left forearm, the one he had gotten when we were kids, and he had fallen through a glass coffee table trying to catch me during a game of tag. The medical examiner said he had died from blunt force trauma to the head, probably within hours of his abduction, which meant he had not suffered long. I do not know if that is supposed to make me feel better. I buried him next to our parents in the cemetery outside Cedar Falls, on a gray afternoon in early April when the trees were just starting to bud, and the world was moving on like it always does. The case is still technically open. They have identified 11 victims in total now, spanning almost 3 decades, and there may be more they will never find. I get calls sometimes from journalists working on retrospectives, from documentary filmmakers who want to interview the sister of victim number 5, from true crime writers who think my grief would make a compelling chapter in their books. I say no to all of them. Craig was not a chapter. Craig was my brother, the only family I had left, and he died alone on a frozen highway on Christmas Eve because he wanted to spend the holiday with me. I think about that every single day. I think about him pulling over because he saw what looked like a stranded motorist with a gas can, because that is exactly the kind of person Craig was, the kind who stopped to help. And I think about Roy Sutter standing there in the dark, waiting, knowing that someone like my brother would come along eventually. Someone kind, someone alone, someone who would not be missed until it was already too late. Cedar Falls is one of those tiny towns you drive through without really noticing. The kind of place with a single traffic light and a diner that probably hasn't changed its menu since the 80s. My coworker had been telling me for weeks about their annual holiday festival, how they shut down the main street and transform it into this winter wonderland with wooden stalls, carolers, and enough hot cocoa to drown in. My boyfriend was visiting his parents that weekend, and I had nothing planned, so I figured why not. It was early December, a Saturday, and the drive from my apartment took about 40 minutes through these winding country roads lined with bare trees and old farmhouses. I graduated the same year the economy crashed, spent years bouncing between jobs, and had only recently started feeling like my life was finally on track. A solo trip to a small-town festival felt like exactly the kind of simple, peaceful day I deserved. I parked 2 blocks from the main square because every spot closer was taken, and as soon as I stepped out of my car, I could hear holiday music echoing from speakers mounted on the lampposts. The first couple of hours were exactly what I needed. I walked through the stalls, bought a handmade ornament for my mom, and got myself one of those giant soft pretzels with cheese dip. There were families everywhere, kids running around, couples holding hands, elderly people sitting on benches watching the carolers perform near the gazebo. One thing I noticed pretty quickly was the number of Santas walking around. Not just one Santa sitting in a chair for photos, but maybe 6 or 7 of them spread throughout the festival, all wearing slightly different versions of the red suit. Some had real beards, some had obviously fake ones, and they were all carrying candy canes in little baskets, handing them out to kids and posing for pictures. I thought it was a cute idea at first, this whole army of Santas making the rounds. I even took a photo of 2 of them standing together near the hot chocolate stand and sent it to my boyfriend with a laughing emoji. I had no idea that one of those men in red suits would turn the rest of my day into something I still have nightmares about. It happened around 3 in the afternoon. I was standing near a stall that sold these beautiful hand-carved wooden angels, trying to decide if I should get one for my sister, when I felt someone step up right behind me. Too close. That kind of closeness that makes you immediately aware of your own body and the space around it. I turned and found myself face to face with one of the Santas. He was tall, probably 6'2" or 3, and his suit was a darker shade of red than the others, more like maroon. His beard looked real, gray and wiry, and he had these pale blue eyes that were staring directly at me without blinking. He was holding out a candy cane wrapped in cellophane, and he said something like, A special treat from the North Pole, just for you." His voice was low, almost a whisper, which was weird because the other Santas I had seen were all doing this booming, jolly voice thing. I smiled politely and said, "No thank you," that I was good. He did not move. He just stood there, holding the candy cane about 6 inches from my face. I tried to step around him, but he shifted his body to block me. Not aggressively, not in a way that anyone watching would have noticed, but enough that I had to stop. He said I should take it, that he had picked it out especially for me. I remember looking around to see if anyone else was seeing this, but everyone was busy with their own shopping, their own conversations. A family walked right past us, and the dad even nodded at the Santa like he was part of the entertainment. I told him again, more firmly this time, that I did not want the candy cane. Something changed in his face then, just for a second. The smile stayed, but his eyes went flat, like a switch had been flipped. He leaned in closer and said, "You will regret not taking it." Then he straightened up, let out this loud theatrical laugh, and walked away into the crowd. My heart was pounding. I stood there for probably a full minute trying to convince myself that I had overreacted, that he was just some weird guy who took his Santa role too seriously. I decided to shake it off and keep enjoying the festival. I bought a cup of mulled cider and walked toward the gazebo where a group of teenagers were singing Silent Night in surprisingly good harmony. The sun was starting to get lower, and the temperature had dropped a few degrees, so I zipped my jacket all the way up and wrapped my scarf tighter around my neck. For about 20 minutes, I managed to forget about the Santa. I watched the carolers, clapped along with everyone else, and even chatted with an older woman next to me about how talented the kids were. Then I saw him again. He was standing on the opposite side of the gazebo, maybe 30 feet away, and he was looking directly at me. Not at the singers, not at the crowd, at me. He was completely still, both hands resting on the handle of a large red sack that sat on the ground next to him. When our eyes met, he raised one hand slowly and waved. Not a friendly wave, a slow, deliberate gesture, like he was making sure I knew he had found me again. I moved. I did not wave back, did not smile, just turned and walked as fast as I could without running toward the other end of the festival. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if I was being paranoid or if this guy was actually following me. There were hundreds of people here. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he was just stationed near the gazebo and happened to notice me. I stopped at a stall selling candles and pretended to look at the merchandise while checking behind me. He was not there. I let out a breath I did not realize I had been holding. A woman behind the counter asked if I needed help, and I said no, just browsing, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. I bought a vanilla candle I did not want just to have an excuse to stand there longer and scan the crowd. No maroon suit, no pale blue eyes. I checked my phone and saw it was almost 5. The festival was supposed to go until 8, but I decided I had seen enough. I was going to head back to my car and go home. The walk to my car should have taken 5 minutes. The streets leading away from the main square were much quieter, with fewer lights and almost no people. Most of the visitors were still clustered around the stalls in the gazebo, enjoying the last few hours of daylight. I passed a closed hardware store, a small church with a nativity scene on the lawn, and a row of houses with their porch lights on. My car was parked on a side street called Birch Lane, underneath a big oak tree that had lost all its leaves. I could see it from the corner, my silver Corolla sitting there waiting for me. I was maybe 50 feet away when I heard footsteps behind me. Heavy footsteps, boots on pavement. I did not turn around at first. I told myself it was just someone else leaving the festival, heading to their own car. But the footsteps matched my pace exactly. When I slowed down, they slowed down. When I sped up, they sped up. My chest got tight, and I felt this cold wave wash through my whole body. I turned around. He was about 20 feet behind me, walking steadily in my direction. The maroon Santa suit looked darker in the fading light, almost brown. His white beard caught the glow from a nearby porch light. He was not smiling anymore. His face was completely blank, expressionless, and he was dragging that red sack behind him with one hand. The sack was heavy. I could tell by the way it scraped against the asphalt, by the way his arm was tensed from the weight. He stopped when I stopped. We just stood there, looking at each other in the middle of that empty street. Then he spoke. His voice was calm, almost pleasant, like he was commenting on the weather. He said, "You forgot your treat." I did not respond. I could not. My legs felt like they were filled with concrete. He took another step forward, and that broke whatever spell was holding me in place. I spun around and ran the last 30 feet to my car, fumbling with my keys the whole way, nearly dropping them twice before I managed to unlock the door and throw myself inside. I slammed the door and hit the lock button so hard I thought I might break it. My fingers were trembling as I tried to get the key into the ignition. Through the windshield, I watched him approach. He was not running. He did not need to. He knew I was trapped in that car on that empty street with no one around to help. He walked right up to the driver's side window and stood there looking down at me. Up close, I could see details I had missed before. His eyebrows were thick and unkempt. There was a small scar running through his upper lip. His eyes had this emptiness to them, like he was looking at an object instead of a person. He lifted the red sack with both hands and held it up so I could see it clearly. Then he swung it against my window. The impact made this deep, heavy thud that shook the whole door. Not the sound of fabric and candy canes, the sound of metal. Something solid and heavy was inside that sack. He swung again, and this time I saw a dent form in the door panel. I screamed. I finally got the key in the ignition and turned it, but my hand slipped off the steering wheel when he hit the window a third time. The glass did not break, but I could see a small crack forming in the corner. He was methodical about it, swinging the sack in a steady rhythm, each impact harder than the last. I threw the car into reverse and slammed my foot on the gas without even looking behind me. The tires screeched, and I nearly hit a mailbox on the other side of the street. He stumbled back when the car lurched away from him, and for just a second I saw surprise on his face, like he had not expected me to actually get away. I shifted into drive and floored it, watching him shrink in my rearview mirror. He did not chase me. He just stood there in the middle of Birch Lane, holding that sack at his side, watching my car disappear around the corner. I drove straight to the police station without stopping, running 2 stop signs and probably a red light on the way. I was crying so hard I could barely see the road. When I got there, I practically fell out of my car and ran inside, trying to explain what had happened between sobs. The officer at the front desk looked at me like I had lost my mind. "A Santa tried to attack you with a bag of candy canes," she repeated back to me. I could hear how crazy it sounded. But then another officer, an older guy with gray hair and a tired face, came out from the back. He had been listening. He asked me to describe the man again. His height, his suit color, anything I could remember about his face. I told him everything. The maroon suit, the real beard, the pale blue eyes, the scar on his lip. When I mentioned the scar, the older officer exchanged a look with his colleague that made my stomach turn. He told me to sit down and wait, that they needed to check something. I sat in that plastic chair for almost an hour, wrapped in a blanket someone had given me, sipping water from a paper cup. Officers kept walking past, talking in low voices, making phone calls. Finally, the older officer came back and sat down across from me. He told me that I was the 4th woman to report an incident involving a man dressed as Santa at the Cedar Falls Festival that day. The 4th. One woman said a Santa had grabbed her arm near the parking lot and tried to pull her toward a van before her husband intervened. Another said a Santa had followed her into a portable restroom area and blocked the exit until she screamed for help. A teenage girl reported that a Santa had offered her a ride home and became aggressive when she refused. They never caught him. That is the part that still keeps me awake at night. The festival had no official registration system for the volunteer Santas. Anyone could show up in a suit, grab a basket of candy canes from the welcome table, and blend right in. The police checked the area where I had parked, but he was long gone by then. They found scuff marks on the asphalt from my tires and a deep scratch on the driver's side door of my Corolla, but no fingerprints, no witnesses, nothing useful. The older officer told me they suspected the man had been using festivals like this one for years, moving from town to town during the holiday season using the costume and the chaos as cover to select and approach women. He said they had similar reports from 2 other counties going back several years, but never enough evidence to identify a suspect. I moved away from that area a few months later, not because of the incident specifically, but it did not help. Every December now, when I see a Santa at the mall or ringing a bell outside a store, I look at his eyes first. I look for that emptiness. I look for that scar. I never found out who he was or what was really in that sack. But I know what he was planning. I know I was lucky. And I know that somewhere out there, he is probably still doing this, still walking through crowded festivals in that maroon suit, still picking out women who are alone, still asking them if they want a treat from the North Pole. Christmas Eve of 2017 was supposed to be my fresh start. After my divorce got finalized in September, I signed a lease on a 1-bedroom unit in a quiet building on Crescent Avenue, one of those old brick complexes from the 60s with thick walls and radiator heating. My daughter Zoe had just turned 7 that fall, and she was spending the holiday with her mom and grandparents in Ohio, so I figured I would ride out the night alone with some takeout and a movie marathon. The building had 12 units spread across 3 floors, and most of my neighbors were older folks who traveled south for winter, or young professionals who went home to their families. By December 23rd, the parking lot was nearly empty. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt, how the silence would help me reset and maybe even enjoy my own company for once. My buddies from college kept texting me to come over, but at 34, freshly divorced, I needed to prove to myself I could handle being alone. I spent most of that day unpacking the last few boxes I had been avoiding since the move. Kitchen stuff mostly, things my ex-wife let me keep because she never liked them anyway. Around 6 in the evening, I ordered Chinese food from the only place still delivering and settled into my couch with beef lo mein and a Bruce Willis movie. The radiator clanked and hissed in that comforting way old buildings do, and outside my window, a light snow started falling over the parking lot. I had one lamp on in the living room, the TV casting blue shadows across the walls, and for the first time in months I felt something close to okay. The food was mediocre, the movie was predictable, but I was warm and safe in my own space, building a life that belonged only to me. That small comfort would not last much longer. The first time I heard the doorknob rattle, it was around 9:30. I muted the TV and listened, figuring one of my neighbors had stumbled to the wrong floor after some holiday drinking. The building had no elevator, just a central stairwell, and the layout on each floor was identical, so it happened sometimes. I heard the knob turn left, then right, then a pause. Footsteps moved away, soft on the carpeted hallway, and I shrugged it off and went back to my movie. 20 minutes later, it happened again. Same pattern, left turn, right turn, silence. This time I got up and walked to the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal. Nothing. I figured whoever it was had realized their mistake and gone home. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and told myself I was being paranoid, that the divorce had made me jumpy, that spending Christmas alone was messing with my head. The building was safe, the neighborhood was safe, and drunk people make mistakes. By 11, the doorknob had rattled 4 more times. The intervals were getting shorter, maybe 15 minutes apart, and the pattern never changed. Left turn, right turn, pause, footsteps fading. I started keeping the TV on mute, sitting in the dark with just the glow of the screen, waiting for the next attempt. Something about the repetition bothered me in a way I could not explain. A drunk person would knock, would call out, would realize the mistake and feel embarrassed. This was methodical, patient, like someone testing a lock they intended to open. Around 11:15, I finally worked up the nerve to look through the peephole. The hallway was lit by a single fluorescent tube that buzzed and flickered at the far end, casting everything in a sickly yellow tint. Standing directly in front of my door, maybe 2 feet away, was a man I had never seen before. He was not moving, not knocking, not doing anything. Just standing there, facing my door, head tilted slightly like he was listening for something on the other side. I stepped back from the peephole so fast I nearly tripped over my own feet. My heart was pounding in my ears and I had to press my palm against the wall to steady myself. The man looked to be in his 40s, with a gaunt face and deep-set eyes that seemed to absorb the hallway light rather than reflect it. He wore a dark green jacket, the kind you see at army surplus stores, and his hair was cropped short and uneven like he had cut it himself. What disturbed me most was his posture. There was no impatience in it, no frustration, no indication that he was lost or confused. He stood the way someone stands when they are waiting for a bus they know will come, relaxed and certain. I watched him through the peephole for what felt like 5 minutes, and he did not shift his weight, did not check his phone, did not glance down the hallway. He simply existed there, perfectly still, breathing in shallow little clouds that fogged the air in front of his face. I moved away from the door as quietly as I could and grabbed my phone from the coffee table. My first instinct was to call the building super, but I knew Victor had gone to visit his sister in Pennsylvania for the week. The security guard, an older guy named Douglas who usually sat at the front desk from 6 to midnight, was off for Christmas Eve. I remembered him mentioning it when I picked up a package earlier that week, joking about how nobody causes trouble on the holidays. I scrolled to 911 and hesitated, wondering if I was overreacting. The man had not threatened me, had not broken anything, had not even spoken. But I kept thinking about the doorknob, those patient little turns 6 times now, and the way he stood there like he had nowhere else to be. I pressed call. The dispatcher picked up after 3 rings, a tired woman who sounded like she had been answering calls all night. I explained the situation in a whisper, feeling ridiculous, expecting her to tell me to calm down. Instead, she took my address and asked if I had a way to barricade my door. That question told me everything I needed to know about how seriously she was taking this. She told me a patrol unit would be dispatched, but due to the volume of calls on Christmas Eve, the nearest available officer was handling an incident across town. The estimated response time was over an hour, possibly longer. She advised me to stay away from the door, keep my phone charged, and call back immediately if the situation escalated. I thanked her and hung up, then stood in the middle of my living room feeling completely helpless. An hour. 60 minutes of waiting in the dark, knowing that man was standing right outside my door. I dragged my couch across the floor as quietly as I could and wedged it against the front entrance, then stacked 2 kitchen chairs on top for good measure. It looked absurd, like something a child would build to keep out monsters, but it made me feel slightly better. I turned off every light in the apartment except for the bathroom, which had no windows, and sat on the floor with my back against the bathtub. From there, I could hear the front door clearly, and I would have time to react if something happened. For about 20 minutes, there was nothing. No footsteps, no rattling, no sound at all except the radiator and my own breathing. I started to wonder if he had left, if maybe the whole thing had been some bizarre misunderstanding after all. Then I heard it, a soft tapping on glass coming from the bedroom. My apartment was on the 2nd floor, and the bedroom window faced the back of the building where a rusted fire escape zigzagged down to the alley. I had never used it, never even opened that window since I moved in, but I knew it was there. The tapping came again, 3 light knocks spaced evenly apart, almost polite. I crawled out of the bathroom on my hands and knees, staying below the window line, and made my way to the bedroom doorway. The blinds were down but not fully closed, and through the gaps I could see a shadow moving on the fire escape. He had found another way. He was testing the window the same way he had tested the door, methodical and patient, looking for any weakness he could exploit. I called 911 again, my voice cracking as I explained that the man had moved to my fire escape. The same dispatcher answered, and I could hear the concern in her tone even through the professional calm. She told me the unit was still en route, maybe 45 minutes out now, and asked if I had anything to defend myself with. I thought about my kitchen, about the drawer with the cheap knives I had bought at a discount store, and realized I had left them on the other side of the apartment, past the bedroom window where the shadow kept moving. She stayed on the line with me, talking in a low, steady voice, asking me questions about the building layout, about other exits, about neighbors I could reach. I told her the truth, that the building was empty, that I was alone, that there was no one coming to help me. The tapping stopped. For a moment I thought maybe he had given up, but then I heard his footsteps on the metal grating of the fire escape, moving slowly toward the living room side of the building. He was circling, checking every possible entry point, and my apartment had 4 windows total. The living room window was larger than the bedroom one, a wide double-pane unit that looked out over the parking lot. I had never thought about it as a vulnerability before, just as a source of light and a decent view. Now I stared at it from across the room, watching the snow fall in the orange glow of the street lamp, waiting for his face to appear. The dispatcher was still talking, but I had stopped responding. Every nerve in my body focused on that rectangle of glass. When the tapping came, it was louder than before, more confident. 3 knocks, then a pause, then 3 more. I saw his silhouette rise into view from below, and I realized he had climbed from the fire escape onto the narrow ledge that ran along the building's exterior. He pressed his face close to the glass, cupping his hands around his eyes to peer inside, and even though I was sitting in complete darkness, I knew he could not see me, but I could see him. His breath fogged the window in slow rhythmic pulses, and his eyes moved back and forth across the room, scanning for any sign of movement. He looked calm, almost bored, like this was something he had done many times before. I do not know what made me do it, but I stood up. Maybe it was the fear turning into something else. Maybe it was the realization that hiding was not going to save me. Or maybe I just wanted him to know I was there, that I was watching him too. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, pointing it directly at the window, directly at his face. For one horrible second, we made eye contact through the glass. His expression did not change, no surprise, no anger, nothing. He just looked at me the way you look at a locked door, an obstacle to be solved. Then he smiled, a small, quick movement of his lips, and raised one finger to point at the latch on the window. It was the old kind, a simple crescent lock that flipped up and down, and I had never checked if it was secure. I lunged across the room and slammed my palm against the latch just as he pressed his weight against the frame. The window shuddered but held. He tried again, harder this time, and I heard the wood groan in protest. The dispatcher was shouting in my ear, asking what was happening, and I could not find the words to answer her. I just held the latch with both hands and pushed back against every attempt he made, feeling the vibrations travel up my arms each time he threw himself against the glass. Then, headlights. A car turned into the parking lot below, its high beams sweeping across the side of the building. The man stopped pushing and looked down, his face briefly illuminated in the white glare. I heard a car door open, then a voice, someone calling out in Spanish to a child in the back seat. One of my neighbors, coming home late from a family gathering, completely unaware of what was happening 2 floors above. The man on the ledge looked at me one more time, that same empty, evaluating stare, and then he was gone. He dropped down to the fire escape and descended so quickly and quietly that by the time I ran to the bedroom window, all I could see were footprints in the fresh snow leading toward the back alley. The police arrived 37 minutes later. They searched the building, the alley, the surrounding blocks, and found nothing. No fingerprints on the windows, no identification, no witnesses except for me. The officer who took my statement said it sounded like a professional, someone who targeted empty buildings during holidays, looking for easy entry points. He asked if anything had been stolen, and I almost laughed. The man never got inside. He never took anything from my apartment. But standing there in my living room at 2 in the morning on Christmas Day, surrounded by the furniture I had shoved against the door, I understood that he had taken something after all. I moved out 3 weeks later and never spent another night in that building. Sometimes I still think about him, about that patient smile, about how close he came, and I wonder how many other doors he has tried since then, and how many of them eventually opened. I hadn't seen most of my family in over 10 years. My name is Laura, and I'd been keeping my distance for a reason. My childhood memories are a mix of love and dread, mostly revolving around my younger cousin Zachary. He was the closest thing I had to a sibling growing up. When my parents passed away, I cut ties with my relatives. It was easier that way. But last December, I got an invitation to the family Christmas reunion. It felt like a strange sort of pull. like I had to go or something would always be unfinished. When I arrived at my aunt's house, it was like stepping into a time capsule. The house smelled of cinnamon and pine, the lights twinkling on the tree, the old couch where my aunt always sat. But something was off. Everyone was polite, way too polite. My cousins, who I used to fight and laugh with, exchanged stiff pleasantries. Conversations felt forced, the kind of forced politeness that makes your skin crawl. But what struck me the most was the absence of Zachary. I hadn't seen him for years, and I remembered him so clearly, his messy hair, his constant jokes. Yet no one mentioned him. It was like he never existed. Around dinner, I quietly asked my cousin Hannah about Zachary, hoping for a simple answer. She froze for a second before saying he was busy with work, that he couldn't make it. But the hesitation in her voice, it didn't sit right. I tried asking the others, each time getting a different explanation. Uncle Bob claimed he was out of town. Aunt Marie said he was sick, but she didn't elaborate. And when I asked my older cousin Mark, he looked away, mumbling something about him getting his life together. The more they spoke, the more I felt like I was losing my grip on the truth. After midnight, I was sitting alone, staring at the flickering fireplace, when I heard voices coming from the kitchen. It was hushed at first, but the more I listened, the clearer it became. My aunt and uncle were arguing with Mark. It was about Zachary. They talked about last Christmas, about an argument that had escalated too far. That was when I learned that Zachary had gone missing that night, during a fight that turned physical. They buried it. The family buried it to protect someone. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The truth was so twisted, so terrifying. As I stepped closer, I heard them realize I had overheard. The room fell silent. My aunt's voice, sharp and low, was the first to break the stillness. She demanded that I join the pact. At first, I didn't understand what that meant, but when she repeated it, her voice grew colder. No one was allowed to leave until I agreed to stay silent. I had to promise, forever, that I wouldn't speak of Zachary, of what happened. It was as if they were trying to trap me, to silence me for good. The threat in their eyes was unmistakable. They weren't asking me to keep quiet. They were warning me that if I didn't, I might never leave the house alive. The room felt smaller once they closed in around me, chairs scraping softly against the floor, as if no one wanted to make a sound loud enough to shatter whatever fragile agreement held them together. My aunt spoke calmly, almost gently, explaining how families survive by protecting themselves, how mistakes get buried for the greater good. She said Zachary had been unpredictable that night, that words were exchanged, that someone lost control. Each sentence sounded rehearsed, like they'd all practiced this explanation together. I noticed how carefully they avoided naming who actually touched him. My chest tightened as I realized every pause, every shared glance, was part of the same unspoken script. They weren't grieving him. They were guarding something, and now I was standing in the middle of it. I tried to say I needed air, that the night had gotten too heavy, but my uncle quietly turned the lock on the back door. No one raised their voice. That was the part that scared me the most. My cousin Mark stood near the hallway, blocking the path to the bedrooms, his jaw clenched so tight it looked painful. Someone poured more wine into my glass without asking, the red liquid sloshing over the rim. They kept talking about tradition, about loyalty, about how silence had already saved them once. Every word felt like pressure building behind my eyes. It was clear they believed this wasn't cruelty. It was maintenance. As the clock crept deeper into the night, they began explaining the rules of this so-called pact. Nothing written down, nothing spoken outside the house, no sudden confessions born from guilt or anger. They reminded me that people disappear when stories get told the wrong way. One of them mentioned how easily accidents happen during winter, how isolated the house can feel when roads are empty and phones lose signal. I realized they weren't bluffing to scare me into compliance. They were offering me a place inside the lie, a seat at the table of denial. My mind kept circling back to Zachary's laugh, the way he used to drum his fingers on every surface. That sound felt impossibly far away now. Eventually, exhaustion set in, thick and disorienting, and they took that moment to push for an answer. My aunt reached for my hand, her grip firm despite her soft tone, asking me to promise I'd let the past stay buried. I nodded slowly, because arguing felt pointless and dangerous. The relief that washed over them was immediate and unsettling, like a storm passing too quickly. They unlocked the doors, poured themselves fresh drinks, and acted as if nothing unusual had happened. Inside, something broke quietly. I understood then that surviving the night meant carrying Zachary with me alone, in a way none of them ever would. The morning light felt wrong when it finally crept through the curtains, pale and weak, like it didn't belong in that house. Everyone acted lighter, almost cheerful, making coffee and setting out pastries as if the night before had been nothing more than an awkward conversation that needed sleep to smooth it over. No one mentioned Zachary again, not even a slip. I noticed small details that hadn't registered before. A crack in the kitchen tile that looked like it had been scrubbed too often, a faint dent in the hallway wall at shoulder height, framed photos rearranged so one space was oddly symmetrical but empty. These weren't new changes. They were careful ones. I left later that morning with hugs that lasted a second too long and smiles that felt carefully measured. No one followed me outside, but I felt watched until my car disappeared down the road. The cold air hit my face, and for the first time since arriving, I could breathe properly. I drove until my hands stopped clenching the steering wheel and pulled over just to sit there, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. Part of me wanted to go straight to the authorities, to say everything out loud before fear could talk me out of it. Another part knew exactly what kind of people my family was when cornered. They'd already proven how far they were willing to go to protect one of their own. For weeks after, I barely slept. Every unknown number on my phone made my pulse jump. I replayed their voices in my head, the calm certainty with which they talked about silence, about consequences. I did try to look into Zachary on my own. I searched old records, scrolled through archived posts, asked distant relatives who hadn't been there that night. Most answers ended abruptly, conversations drying up the moment his name came up. One person admitted they'd been told he moved away suddenly and not to ask questions. That was when I understood how wide the lie spread, how many people had accepted it without ever knowing why. I haven't been back since, and I never will. I cut contact completely, changed my number, and moved far enough that the distance feels permanent. The truth is still heavy, still unresolved, but I chose the only kind of control I could take. I refused to be part of their pact beyond surviving it. Zachary exists in my memory, not theirs, and I won't let him vanish entirely just because it's more convenient for them. Writing this is the closest I'll come to saying his name out loud. If anything ever happens to me, I hope someone reads this and understands that some families don't break from tragedy. They seal it away and wait for it to surface again. That winter, our family decided to do something we'd always talked about but never actually done before. Cut our own Christmas tree on public land. Life at that point felt steady in a quiet, almost boring way, the kind of routine where weekends blur together, and you look for excuses to make memories. I worked long weeks. My wife Emily had just finished a rough stretch at her job, and the kids were restless from being cooped up. The idea sounded simple and wholesome, the kind of thing people talk about years later with a laugh. We packed the car early in the morning, thermos rattling between the seats, the kids arguing about music while frost clung to the windows. Nothing about that drive hinted at how sharply the day would turn. It felt like one of those harmless family plans you don't think twice about. That sense of safety stayed with us longer than it should have. The place we chose was a stretch of land locals talked about casually, somewhere between maintained roads and deep woods, with no clear borders once you left the parking area. Signs were sparse, old posts leaning at odd angles, most of them half hidden by brush. Snow hadn't fully settled yet, but the ground was slick, and every step made a quiet crunch that echoed more than expected. We walked deeper than planned, drawn by trees that looked fuller the farther we went. The kids trailed behind, kicking at frozen leaves, while Emily pointed out shapes in the branches. The woods felt empty in a strange way, not peaceful, just quiet enough to make you notice your own breathing. At one point, I remember thinking how easy it would be to get turned around out there. Still, Nothing screamed danger, just isolation. The first shot sounded like a firecracker buried underground, a sharp crack followed by a thud as something tore into the dirt a few feet away. Everyone stopped at once, not out of panic but confusion, like our brains needed a second to catch up. A voice followed, shouting words that echoed and bent through the trees, directionless and impossible to pin down. I couldn't tell if it was one person or more, only that it carried anger. Emily grabbed the kids, pulling them close without saying a word. We yelled back that we were leaving, that there had to be some mistake. No response came, just the sound of movement somewhere beyond the tree line. The woods suddenly felt tight, like they were closing around us. Turning back wasn't as simple as retracing steps, not with the slope we'd wandered down without noticing. Another shot cracked through the air, closer this time, hitting the ground hard enough to send bits of frozen soil into my leg. Pain flared, sharp and hot, more from the fall that followed than the impact itself. The kids started crying, not screaming, but the kind of quiet fear that makes everything worse. We moved downhill fast, sliding more than walking, branches snapping against our coats. Cell service flickered uselessly, one bar appearing and disappearing like it was teasing us. I kept thinking the person shooting believed something about us that wasn't true, that in their mind we weren't a family at all. All that mattered then was getting back to the road, wherever it was. The sounds followed us in bursts, not constant, which somehow made it worse. Each crack through the trees reset the fear all over again, forcing us to guess whether it was closer or just echoing differently. Emily stayed behind me, pushing the kids forward, her voice low and steady even though her face had gone pale. My leg protested with every step, the ground dropping away unevenly, roots hidden under leaves waiting to trip us. At one point, we ducked behind a cluster of thick pines, holding still long enough to hear our own breathing. I shouted again that we were lost and leaving, my voice breaking halfway through. The answer was another shot, closer than before, tearing bark off a tree somewhere to our left. Whoever it was didn't want a conversation. The terrain forced us into a narrow path carved by runoff, slick with mud and ice. My foot slipped, and I went down hard, the pain blooming up my side and stealing my breath. Emily didn't hesitate, handing me one of the kids and pulling me back up with a strength I didn't know she had. The kids asked questions in whispers, the kind that break your heart because you don't have answers. I focused on small things just to keep moving. The sound of boots on wet leaves, the smell of pine sap crushed underfoot, the way the light shifted as clouds moved overhead. Every noise felt amplified, like the woods were listening. The idea that someone was tracking us, convinced we were stealing or hunting, settled heavy in my mind. It didn't matter what was true, only what they believed. We finally caught a glimpse of the road through the trees, a thin gray line that looked unreal after so much green and brown. Relief came too early, sharp enough to make my chest ache. Another shot rang out, striking the ground behind us, close enough that I felt it through my feet. We ran the last stretch without thinking, crashing through brush and spilling onto the roadside like we'd been thrown there. Cars passed without slowing, drivers unaware of what had just happened a few yards back. I waved one down, shouting, my voice hoarse and ragged. When someone finally stopped, the words came out in pieces, barely making sense even to me. I kept looking back at the tree line, half expecting someone to step out. Authorities searched the area later, asking questions that felt small compared to what we'd experienced. No shell casings turned up, no witnesses, no clear property markers that explained where we'd crossed. They told us it was likely a local hunter, someone protective of land or game, but nothing could be proven. We went home shaken, scraped, and exhausted, the tree long forgotten. The kids didn't talk much that night, and neither did we. Even now, the memory sits with me, not as a clear image, but as a feeling that rises whenever I think about how thin the line is between a normal day and something else entirely. We walked into those woods expecting a story to tell at Christmas. We left understanding how easily people can become targets without ever knowing why. That night, after the kids finally fell asleep, Emily and I sat at the kitchen table without turning on the overhead light. My leg had swollen enough that every shift in the chair sent a dull ache through my hip, but neither of us wanted to talk about hospitals or reports anymore. The house felt too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you replay sounds in your head. I kept hearing the crack of the shots, spaced out just enough to feel deliberate. Not wild, not panicked. Calculated. What bothered me most was the intent behind it. The idea that someone made a choice to scare, rather than help. We weren't chased by an accident. We were chased by a belief. Over the next few days, small details from that afternoon kept surfacing without warning. The way the shouting didn't seem rushed. How the shots always landed close enough to send a message, but never close enough to end it. I realized whoever it was knew that land well, knew how sound carried there, knew how hard it would be to escape downhill. That thought stuck with me more than the injury. It meant this wasn't chaos, it was control. I tried explaining that to a friend later and couldn't find the right words. It's hard to describe how terrifying it is to be treated like a threat when you're just trying to leave. We never went back to that area, not even to pick up the car tracks we'd left behind in the snow. The kids asked once if we could try cutting a tree again somewhere else, and the answer came out too fast, too sharp. Even places that look open and harmless can belong to someone in ways you can't see. Public land isn't always as clear as a map makes it seem. I started paying attention to boundaries after that, not just fences or signs, but the invisible ones people enforce with fear. Every wooded area I pass now feels different, heavier somehow. I don't assume silence means safety anymore. What still unsettles me is that we'll never know who fired those shots or how close we came to something worse. That person went back to their life, convinced they'd protected something, while we carried the memory home. Nothing followed us after that day. No threats, no calls, no explanations. It just stopped. And maybe that's what makes it linger. There was no lesson wrapped neatly at the end, no justice to point to. Just a normal family outing that ended with the quiet understanding that being in the wrong place, at the wrong moment, can turn strangers into enemies without a single word exchanged. At that point in my life, nights were quiet and predictable, the kind where errands felt automatic and nothing ever broke routine. Work had me staying late more often than I liked, and grocery shopping became a last stop before heading home. The store sat under harsh white lights, nearly empty, with that echo you only notice after midnight. I remember thinking how tired everyone looked, like the day had wrung us out the same way. The air outside felt sharp and clean, carrying the smell of wet pavement and old leaves. My apartment was only a few blocks away, a straight walk through streets I knew well. Nothing about that night felt special enough to remember. At least, not at first. Near the entrance, a man stood just beyond the automatic doors, dressed head to toe as Santa Claus. The coat looked thick and worn, the red dulled to something closer to rust, with white trim that had gone gray. He held a plastic donation bucket with a bell taped to the handle, shaking it slowly instead of ringing it. His beard sat crooked on his face, revealing a mouth that moved too much when he talked. When he asked for a donation, his voice came out flat, almost bored. I declined politely and kept walking, already digging for my keys. Behind me, his tone changed, slipping into comments about people forgetting the meaning of Christmas. They weren't loud, just sharp enough to land. The farther I walked, the more his words followed, carried by the quiet street. He talked about greed and how people like me ruined things for everyone else. Each sentence ended with a forced laugh that echoed longer than it should have. I glanced back once and saw him still there, Santa coat swaying as he moved. He didn't hurry or slow down, just kept the same distance, the donation bucket swinging at his side. Streetlights flashed across the white trim, making it look dirty and uneven. Cars passed now and then, but none slowed. His footsteps stayed steady, patient, like he had nowhere else to be. By the time my building came into view, my breathing felt shallow and rushed. The lobby door required a key fob, and the small glass entrance suddenly seemed fragile. I slipped inside and let the door close behind me, the lock clicking louder than usual. Through the glass, he stopped just outside, staring in as if studying a display window. His voice carried through the door, accusing, disappointed, telling me I hadn't learned anything. The bucket thudded once against the glass when he stepped closer. He grabbed the handle and pulled, hard enough to rattle the frame. That was when fear stopped feeling abstract and turned heavy and real. I backed away toward the elevator bank, my eyes locked on the door as if it might suddenly give in. The lobby lights hummed overhead, casting reflections across the tiled floor that made everything feel unreal. He pressed his face close to the glass, the fake beard brushing against it, and raised the bucket again. This time he shook it, not rhythmically, just enough to make the loose coins clatter. He said people needed consequences to understand generosity. The way he spoke sounded rehearsed, like lines practiced alone. When the door didn't open, his expression hardened into something tense and focused. He yanked the handle again, harder, the metal shrieking briefly. I fumbled for my phone and called the police, keeping my voice low even though he was still talking. While I waited for the dispatcher, he stepped back and paced the sidewalk in short lines, never leaving the doorway. He pointed at the building, then at me, still visible through the glass. His words shifted from scolding to corrective, like a teacher losing patience. He said Christmas was about learning, and lessons weren't meant to be comfortable. Each sentence felt aimed straight at me, personal and deliberate. The Santa hat slipped sideways as he moved, exposing short dark hair beneath. That detail stuck with me more than it should have. After a few minutes, headlights swept across the street, and the sound of an engine slowed nearby. The man stopped pacing and looked down the road, then back at me. His mouth tightened, and he leaned close to the glass one last time. He tapped the bucket against the door softly, almost gently, as if making a point. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing between parked cars without looking back. By the time the patrol car pulled up, the sidewalk was empty. The officers checked the area, took my statement, and nodded like this wasn't the first strange thing they'd heard that season. I barely slept that night, jumping at every sound from the hallway. The next morning, I found a small smear on the lobby glass where his beard had brushed it, a faint white streak I couldn't stop staring at. Management later said they'd review the cameras, but nothing came of it. I never saw the man again, Santa suit or otherwise. Still, every December when donation bells start ringing outside stores, my chest tightens. I take different routes home now, even in familiar neighborhoods. Whatever lesson he thought he was teaching never landed the way he wanted, but it stayed with me longer than I care to admit. In the days that followed, I tried to convince myself it had been an isolated incident, just someone unhinged using a costume as cover. I went back to work, stuck to my routines, and told friends a watered-down version that sounded less frightening when spoken out loud. Still, small details refused to fade. The scrape marks near the lobby handle hadn't been there before. A neighbor mentioned hearing someone rattling the door late that night, but assumed it was drunk college kids. Management eventually sent an email reminding residents not to let strangers into the building. Reading it felt surreal, like proof that it had really happened. A week later, while shopping earlier in the evening, I saw another Santa collecting donations near a different store. This one looked cleaner, friendlier, surrounded by families and kids tugging at their parents' coats. Even so, my body reacted before my mind could. I took a wide detour around him, heart pounding, eyes scanning for that same worn coat and dull white trim. Nothing happened, and I felt embarrassed by how shaken I was. That night, though, I checked the lobby door twice before going upstairs. I started paying attention to reflections in windows, footsteps behind me, the rhythm of bells in the distance. Eventually, I asked building management to let me move to a unit on a higher floor, closer to the stairwell cameras. They didn't ask many questions, just processed the request. A few weeks after that, new security measures went in. Better lighting outside, reinforced glass, clearer signage. Life slowly settled back into something close to normal. I stopped expecting to see red fabric at every corner. The fear dulled, turning into something quieter, like a low background noise I could ignore most days. Even now, years later, I still think about how calmly he walked, how sure he seemed that he was right. Nothing else ever came of it. No arrest, no follow-up, no explanation. Maybe he moved on to someone else, or maybe he disappeared as suddenly as he arrived. I don't know. What I do know is that I trust my instincts more than I used to, and I don't dismiss small moments anymore. That night